Weiter. Wir sind gerade auf dem Weg nach draußen, genau. By the time we got close to the relay station, the sun was just starting to rise. We got off the bus and climbed up a small hill to survey the relay station.
We don't know where exactly Ima is being held in this base, but that doesn't matter. Let's just bust in there and start kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, you guys already saw how that commander could fly.
That has to be Quenzele.
Quenzele? Is that his name?
Yes, and he's an absolute creep. Feel free to make mincemeat out of him.
A flying enemy? Sounds like a headache already. How do we even get to him? We'll be fine with my specialist skill on our side. I'll whip up some surface-to-air artillery and knock him down in one shot. The thing is, I'll have to start crafting it after he actually appears.
Why? Can't you just make it now?
This particular weapon can only hold its shape for 5 minutes. After that, its internal pressure will cause it to explode.
Got it. Guess there's no helping it then.
Okay, guys, let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out!
Battle-Start. Kann ich das skippen? I sure can. Wegen der Sportzeit, das ist ein Four-Way.
I shall reserve judgment until this entire battle is over.
Where's the commander?
That Quenzele guy?
He should be here any time now. Aha. Speak of the devil.
I am the paragon of repulsion, Quenzele. I'll be sure to make it agonizingly painful when I kill you. Go ahead, scramble for your ugly lives. You won't escape from me!
He's finally here! Like moths to a flame!
Everybody, cover Kurata while she crafts the artillery!
Understood.
Got it!
It's set! Told you it wouldn't take long! And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Wretches! The It hurts. Why do this? What has prompted this cruelty?
Serves you right, Quenzele.
You're... Ava. I noticed you were here a while back, but does this mean you've switched allegiances?
Yes. It's not as if I had any future in the Sovereign Army anyway.
Suddenly, Quenzele broke off and stared at something behind us.
Overlord Vashnes!
What?
Sure. Sure, bro. We all turned around at the same time, but...
Huh? There's no one there.
Oldest
tell
trick
me.
in the book. We turned back around, but it was too late. During those precious few seconds, the defeated commander had disappeared completely.
He got away?
Freaking coward.
I guess you could say that Quenzele has been... quenzled.
That was a bad one, not gonna lie. After the battle, we split up to look for Ima. It took a while, but I eventually found him locked up in a cage.
Are you alright? Hold on. I'll get you out now.
Mr. Semino!
I swung my sword down on the lock and it broke apart with a loud noise. I opened the door and quickly guided Ima outside, but then I saw something flashing out of the corner of my eye, right next to the cage. The next moment, pang. Alle tot, game over. I instinctively grabbed Ima from behind. This snap action meant my body shielded Ima from the brunt of the blast. A scalding pain ripped through my back. I choked down a cry of pain and asked,
Ima, are you okay?
Yes. But what about you?
Yeah, don't worry about me. As long as you're fine.
Huh? Huh? Mr. Semino? Mr. Semino! Mr. Semino!
nice, 10 days geskipped, let's go. What, Das war nicht das richtige Bild, ne? I woke up to the expected sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. This time, she wasn't shocked at all. Instead, she looked at me with a gentle softness in her eyes.
Morning. You're awake now?
I didn't have to ask about the day, since it was mentioned in the announcement just
It's
now.
day 50 today.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry about the feeding drips. We went to the second academy and brought a whole lot back.
Oh. Thanks as always.
You should thank the others too. They were the ones who actually got the drips. And I wasn't the only person taking care of you while you were out.
I sat up in bed. For some strange reason, I wasn't feeling any aches or pains. You seem fine physically. The truth is, your external injuries weren't as bad as they seemed. Which means the real reason I was out for such a long time was because of the fainting disease? I think so. Has anything changed? If you mean the murder cases, we haven't made any progress. Ima and Darumi are still denying they were working together. Tsubasa and I don't believe they did anything either, but the others... Oh, something else has changed though. Ima's been taking part in the defensive battles. What? You shielded him back at the Academy relay station, remember? He said he's joining the fight for you. I see. That said, he's still as reticent as ever and hardly ever leaves his room otherwise. Who can blame him though? Other than Tsubasa and me, everybody's suspicious of him. But he did say that he was willing to tell you and only you everything. Really? Yep, so go find him later, okay? Later? Were you expecting me to not act right now after what you just told me? I jumped up and dashed outside immediately. Mr. Sumino, first of all, thank you for saving me that day. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Don't mention it, really. What I really want to hear from you is some answers. Ima nodded firmly. I was going to tell you everything after we woke up anyway. Not only because I owe you a debt of gratitude, but also because I'm now sure you couldn't have been the killer. Because the real killer would never risk his own life to save me like that. It is my deepest desire to find the person who killed my dear sister, and then smash their face in with a hammer over and over again until there's nothing left of it. Yet I'm but a detective's assistant. I do not deal with deductions, so I have decided to entrust this earnest wish of mine to you. I have the utmost confidence that you have what it takes to bring the truth to light. I intend to do just that, but as soon as I get some answers from you. Now, first of all, why didn't you kill Darumi? What? You think the killer is one of us, don't you? When Kako's body was found, you and Darumi were the only ones not in the gym. Unless you were the killer? But that can't be, right? Of course not. If so, from your perspective, only one other person could have been hiding in the storeroom at that point of time. None other than Darumi. Yet you didn't go smash her head in with a hammer until there was nothing left. Why not? Mr. Sumino, I see what you're getting at, and you are right. It was because I knew it was possible for someone else to have been my dear sister's killer. Because there's an exit in that storeroom, right? He nodded slowly in response to my question. Opposite of the cockpit section of the escape pod lay a heap of metal containers. When we moved the heap away, we found a large ventilation shaft. Is this it? Yes. It's big enough for even Takamaru and Boko to pass through. You are quite right. Have you ever gone inside before? No, sir. I stuck my head into the shaft but couldn't see anything in the pitch black darkness. When did you realize there was a storeroom here? About day 10, I would say. My dear sister found the entrance first. She was the one who brought me here. After that, we would secretly visit this place together whenever we had some free time. Became something like a secret hiding spot of ours. Why didn't you tell anyone? I did not tell you before because I thought you were my dear sister's killer. I did not tell the others because, well, promise me you will not get angry. Yeah? Because my sister and I had intended to flee this place together in that escape pod. That's not possible. The door can't be opened manually. We thought we could do something about that by tinkering with the control system in the war room. I sighed and continued the conversation. But you kept this place a secret even after Kako was murdered. If you told us about it, we'd be able to accept your assertion that Kako hadn't killed herself. I promised my dear sister that no matter what happened, I would never tell anyone about this place. She had tears in her eyes when she made me promise. I want us all to live together in the Tokyo residential complex again, just the two of us. But we have to get out of this place first. We'll be killed one day if we stay here. I believe I may have dropped the handkerchief at that time, when I was putting it back into my pocket after wiping my dear sister's tears away. This place was our sanctuary. We didn't want anyone else invading our space, even after my dear sister lost her life. It felt like I would be desecrating her memory by allowing someone else in. That is why I told nobody. Large tears started rolling down Ima's cheeks, and I wordlessly held out his handkerchief to him. Ima accepted the handkerchief and clenched it tight in his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, and for a long time after that, his shoulders trembled non-stop. After Ima had calmed down, we climbed back up to the surface. Tsubasa was in the garage as usual when we stepped inside. Ima, you're an unusual sight around here. Even more unusual than me being awake. I mean, I already heard about you from Nozomi. She's been going around telling everyone the news, you know? Anyway, what's up? Just wanted to know if there's a recon drones anywhere around here, with lights and cameras if possible. Yes, but what do you need it for? It's kinda hard to explain. Can you just come with us and bring the recon drone? We needed to solve the case. Tsubasa blinked a few times in quick succession at Ima's words. Alright, give me a sec. Oh, uh-oh. If there's a ventilation shaft here, that means... I see how it is now. Yeah, exactly. Kako was killed. The presence of the shaft makes everybody in the academy a suspect, including the safers for Shoma's case. Including me. Yet you still brought me here. Does that mean you trust me? Kind of, sort of. You don't sound very sure. I'll take it though. Okay, let's start. Thanks. We used the drone to investigate the ventilation shaft. As a result, we were able to make a few major discoveries. Right, in summary, this is what we've learned. First of all, the shaft bends in a zigzag shape a few times and extends toward the school building. It splits into a grid structure halfway and connects to different parts of the building. Anyone using this can basically exit from anywhere they like. Actually am Wenden, die Burschen. However, the bends are extremely narrow and people our size can't possibly get through them. Only someone with the body size of a small child could have gone through these bends. I'm more concerned about what we found halfway. Yeah, me too. This thing, right? This thing that got caught on a protrusion in the interior wall. Thankfully we were able to retrieve it because I had the... Danke für den Lurk, Saskia. Thankfully we were able to retrieve it because I had the foresight to attach a robotic arm to the drone. It's a piece of cloth, right? A square green piece of cloth about an inch long. I looked at Ima, then Tsubasa. They looked back at me with wide, questioning eyes. It was apparent they hadn't yet realized the grave implications behind this. Maybe a certain incident had blinded them to the existence of that possibility. I put the piece of cloth in my pocket, looked them both in the eye and said, Tell everyone together at the gym at 7 p.m. tonight. Wann würdest du? Weiß ich noch nicht. Probably nicht um 10 Uhr morgens. Aber mal gucken. Ich weiß ja noch nicht, wann die kommt. Wahrscheinlich so nach Mittagessen. 2, 3 Uhr oder so. Warum nicht? Ich weiß es noch nicht. Wir müssen dann noch drüber schnacken. Ich meine, die Jacke von ihm ist keiner grün. Oma meine ich, ist ja auch grün, ne? Ja, dem seine Mütze ist grün. Sonst hätte ich da doch Urlaub nehmen können. Wie du meinst. Ich weiß halt nicht, wann die Switch kommt. Das kann auch sein, dass das so ein Ding ist, dass sie gegen Abend erst kommt oder so. Wird schon mal sein, ne? Vor allem, wenn nur kleine Leute durch den Schaf passen. Sassy Barker. Tell everyone, yeah, at 7, yeah. Huh? This is quite sudden. Please, just do it. They turned to look at each other. Ich peile jetzt mal 18 Uhr an, ginge aber auch ab 17 Uhr. Ja, mal gucken. I don't mind. What will you be doing until then? Yes, yes. What will you be doing until then? Well, you'll see. I had enough proof to make my case, but I wanted just one more piece of key evidence. So I went to the back of the school, to the place where Shoma had been stabbed. I spent a few hours thoroughly investigating every nook and cranny. Before long, the sun set and my shadow started growing longer. It was at that time that I found something, a faint trace of blood on the corner of a rock. It was maybe 30 feet away from where Shoma had been stabbed. I didn't think blood from his injuries could have spread that far, which meant... I entered the gym at 7 p.m. sharp to find everybody already gathered there. Eva, you're here too? Yes, I have received an official release. I have been given Eto's room and do not have to sleep in the cage anymore. All credit goes to Takumi and Tsubasa. The remote detonator you suggested has allowed everyone to accept my presence with the greatest peace of mind. I duplicated the device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. Nah, I don't need one. That aside, what are we all here for? So Dann kann doch der Killer for free Eva killen. Well, you see. I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
Mr. Sumino, wait a minute, please. You just said with absolute certainty that my dear sister was indeed killed? Yes, the situation points to that fact. Who did it? Ima, I need you to promise me something first. Promise you won't lay a finger on the killer when you realize who they are. I won't tell you the truth unless you promise me that. I saw him gritting his teeth, with a scowl on his face. Still, he nodded firmly and said, Fine, I promise that. I won't lay a finger on that accursed scum.
Good. Alright. Much as I wish I didn't have to do this. Here goes. The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
Shoma.
It was.
Shoma.
The name of that person is.
Shoma. The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma is... Oh, was? Is Shoma the one behind this? Yes. It was you.
The real killer.
Is?
You! Shoma Genzaki!
What are you talking about, Takumi? Have you forgotten that I was a victim too? I was stabbed!
Stop running your mouth! And just watch as I expose every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Oh, what the fuck? I'll tell you what happened in chronological order. Let's start with Kako. Her estimated time of death is between 1 and 4 AM on day 27. You met up with her before that, on day 26, to tell her to come to the gym during that period of time. So she showed up at the gym as asked, where you made up some reason for her to swallow that thing.
That thing? What thing?
I'm talking about TTX. Tetrodotoxin.
It's extremely poisonous. Ingesting just 1 or 2 milligrams is fatal. That's how you poison Kako to death. After poisoning Kako, you put the bottle of TTX into her right hand. Then you block the gym using a mop as a ledge, thinking you could make her death seem like suicide with all that nonsense. Once that was done, you climbed down the ladder at the corner of the stage into the escape pod storeroom. You already knew about that shaft was there, because you'd seen Ima and Kako going into the trapdoor before. You did your homework and went down to check out the storeroom as well, before carrying out your plan. That's why you also knew about the ventilation shaft, and you used that vent to return to the school building. It's the main reason causing me to single you out as the culprit. The main reason?
Anyone could have used the ventilation shaft to get back into the school.
I can. Because of how the shaft bends in a zigzag shape and extends towards the school building.
The bends are extremely narrow. Only someone with a body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. In other words, the only one who could have gone through those narrow bends is you, Shoma. You can't say that for sure. A girl who's flexible enough could have passed through as well, right? No, it's physically impossible. Anyway, there was something left behind in the ventilation shaft. That's what's going to serve as irrefutable proof of your guilt.
Irrefutable proof?
Red underwear.
Here it is. This square piece of inch-wide green cloth.
Out of all of us, only Kurara, Takemaru and Shoma wear something green on them. But Kurara's tomato mask isn't made of cloth, so the scrap can't be hers. The shade of green on Takemaru's jacket is less vibrant than the scrap too. Shoma, turn around. Why? Just do it. I just checked, part of Shoma's backpack has been torn. The torn part perfectly matches this cloth scrap. Indeed, I too witnesses and have concluded they are a perfect match. You couldn't have passed through the narrow bends of that shaft while still wearing your backpack. But you couldn't leave it in the shaft either. So you tried to the shoulder strap to your feet and pulled it along as you climbed up. That's how the backpack got caught on a sharp edge protruding out of the inner wall of the shaft. This cloth scrap got torn off because of that. No. This is fake evidence planted by the real culprit. Someone's trying to frame me. If that was the case, why would someone stab you? That one act would completely divert all suspicion away from you. Now, this next part is all just conjecture. Shoma, you were actually intending to kill Ima as well, weren't you? That plan went awry because Kako showed up to the gym alone. So you had no choice but to kill only her. But that made things difficult for you because Ima knew about the storm as well. What's more, he also knew about the ventilation shaft. If he told anybody about the shaft, this would no longer be a locked room case. And if we pursued the case as a murder, we would eventually close in on you. So you wanted to kill Ima afterward. But it was almost dawn by the time you crawled out from the ventilation shaft. That left you with no time to do anything about Ima. So you panicked and started thinking about ways to remove yourself from the suspect list. That's how you ended up deciding to kill yourself. If you could make everyone think you had been mutilated by the culprit, we would never even dream of suspecting you. You're being ridiculous. This is way too bold of a plan for someone like me.
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they were innocent? What's the point of being seen as innocent if you're dead?
Of course, actually dying was never part of your plan.
In fact, you were absolutely confident you wouldn't die, because you have the revival medic in the infirmary. But for that to work, you had to die in a way that allowed us to find your body quickly. After all, we wouldn't be able to revive you if too much time had passed. That's why you screamed, right? And right after the morning announcement, so that everyone could hear you. Then you stabbed yourself all over and temporarily ended your own life. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Please be realistic. No one in their right mind would willingly stab themselves that many times.
It just doesn't make any sense. We're not talking about cutting your wrists or slitting your throat here. Stabbing your own body over and over again like that? You'd be in too much pain to physically continue after a while. It's just not possible.
No, it is possible.
If you injected yourself with a powerful anesthetic, like Gammafiel. Remember what Yugamu said? At the proper dilution, the substance can numb the body's pain and emotional disruptors without causing loss of consciousness. Yep, and I still stand by that. It does make sense. So you're trying to say that I used that drug to do the deed, right? But where would I even find a drug like that? You probably stole it from somewhere.
Stole it from where? You can't just gloss over the details like that. Tell me, where I could have gotten that drug from.
From the biolab.
That room isn't locked and everyone has access to the shelves. Getting the drug from there wouldn't have been a problem for you. Alright, assuming that I did inject myself with an anesthetic.
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you found me at the back of the building, was there anything like that on me? There wasn't, right?
Okay,
You swat.
you've always been a glutton. Are you insane, Takumi? Huh? Wait, what did I get wrong? Oh, give me a minute, I need to rethink this.
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards?
Inside
When
your
you found me at the
wounds.
back of the building, was there anything like that on me? There wasn't, right?
Ja, hä? Tossed away, aber wo?
You hid the needle.
Ja, ich gesagt, dass er da was gefunden hat.
When you found me at the
You must have tossed it somewhere far away when you were done with it.
What about the knife? Where did the knife I used to stab myself disappear to? You tossed that far away as well, just like you did with the syringe. Okay. Just talking out of his ass. Did anyone find any of those things at the scene? No. But nobody searched the area nearby on day 27, the day of the incident. You could have collected those items the next day on day 28 after you woke up. But still, you're just guessing at this point. You've got no real proof. No proof that I threw the knife away after stabbing myself. I do have proof. It's not with me right now, but I did find something. There was something some 30 feet away from where we found you.
What was it? What did you find?
I saw bloodstains. Just a little patch on the corner of a rock.
In a place where blood from your injuries couldn't have reached. Those stains prove that the bloodied knife had been thrown over there. That's enough already. It doesn't matter what you're trying to say, because you have no solid proof.
The green cloth was the only piece of substantial evidence you managed to produce. Anyone could have left that behind to frame me. All it proves is that I could have committed this crime. But it doesn't prove that I was the only one who could have done it.
It's time you stopped playing dumb, Shoma.
I do actually have another piece of conclusive evidence. What? The bottle of TTX Kako was holding. Your fingerprints were on it.
That can't be. It can't be. It just can't. It can't. My fingerprints can't be on that bottle. I was wearing gloves when I...
You fell for it.
No. That was just a slip of the tongue. I mean, it was just... Anyway, I'm not...
Give it up, Shoma.
Meat
I'll
on the
say it
bone!
The person who killed Kako by making her drink TTX. It was none other than you!
Shoma Genzaki.
Genzaki!
Meat on the bone! Takumi, you got a few things wrong, but for the most part, you were correct. It was me. I killed Kako. Back off, Ima, you promised. So, which part did I get wrong? The entire premise to begin with. I did not kill her of my own volition. I was ordered to do so by a certain someone. Let's call this person X for now. Stop trying to make excuses for yourself. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. Tell us more about this order you received. Just before dawn on day 26, I woke up to someone tapping my cheek. When I opened my eyes, X was there, right in front of me. I didn't lock the door? I did. I think X was already hiding inside when I came in. Under the bed or something. What did X say? X said,
I killed Gaku and intend to make you my next target. But I'll let you off if you follow my instructions. If you go against me or tell the others about my existence, I'll blow up the bomb inside your body immediately. Yes, the bomb planted in all of your bodies by that robot known as Seaway.
just who is this X person? I don't know, they were wearing a long black poncho. They wore a mask over their face and used a voice changer to hide their real voice. Das würde ich auf Tsubasa zeigen. That sounds like the fake stabber. Was? That sounds like the fake stabber you made up to fool us. I mean, it's true I wasn't stabbed by a person of that description, but that person definitely exists. What happened after that? I followed X's instructions. I didn't want to be killed by the way Gaku had been. X came up with the entire plan. They told me about the ladder shaft, escape pod hangar, and ventilation shaft. The tetrodotoxin. It was X who obtained that bottle of TTX2. After that, I simply asked Kaku to meet using the script X had prepared. What did the script say? To speak to her on the afternoon of day 26. Kaku, I know about the storeroom with the escape pod too. I did some research in the library and found a way to open the cockpit and launch the pod into space. So, would you like to escape from this academy together with me and Ima? If so, come with Ima to the gym tonight at 2 AM. The plan was to kill not just Kako, but Ima as well. Because they were the only other people who knew about the storeroom. Killing them both at the same time in a locked room would make their death seem like suicide. But only Kako showed up at the gym at the specified time, 2 AM. Why? Kako said this. I haven't told my dear brother what you told me yet. First, I need to verify whether your information is authentic or not. If it's true, then we set off tomorrow. But keep it a secret from my dear brother, alright? I want to surprise him. I hesitated to execute the plan because she had showed up alone. But X also told me,
if you chicken out and do nothing, I'll still blow you up.
So I passed Kako a water bottle mixed with TTX. Takumi more or less covered what happened after that until I returned to the school building. Except I had not foreseen that my backpack would get torn along the way. After returning to the first floor of the school building, I was at a loss because I didn't know what I was supposed to do about Ima. It was going to be difficult to kill him because the sun had already risen by then. Suddenly, X appeared again.
Ima probably knows about the ventilation shaft. If he spills the beans, they'll all know Kako didn't die in a locked room. They'll start investigating the case as a murder instead of assuming it was a suicide. The morning announcement will be playing soon. You won't make it back to the roof in time. Somebody will realize you were out and about before dawn. But rest assured, for if you do as I say, you'll never even make it to the suspect list.
That's why we went to the back of the building and... Yes, I had been left with no other choice. But I was hesitant right up until the moment I injected myself with the gamma fuel. Once I did that, it was as if my sense of fear completely evaporated. Oh, X gave me the gamma field as well, along with the knife and the syringe. I'm pretty sure X must have been the one to collect the knife and syringe that I dropped after I did the deed. Because I know I definitely didn't retrieve them. The story thus told, Shoma slumped his shoulders and bowed his head deeply. The silence that followed stretched on until Hiruko finally spoke up. I just have one last question, Shoma. Do the words back or heart ring any bells? Back or heart? No, I have no idea. Thank you. Your reaction was the answer I needed. I guess that's it. Takumi? Yeah, X must have done it, if Shoma wasn't involved in that particular affair. Everybody was looking at us in confusion. Probably because nobody knew that someone had stolen their hearts from the dead bodies. Then Shoma started trembling like a leaf, as if he suddenly remembered something. Oh no, that's it, I'm done for. I told you about X. The bomb inside me is going to blow up now. Nothing's happening. Did this X person lie to you? I think they must have. An amateur can't possibly make a detonator for the bomb in our bodies. Okay, dann ist es vielleicht doch nicht Tsubasa. Only someone with my level of skill and experience. So Mr. Genzaki won't be executed? It's punishment time. Then I'll do it myself. I'll kill you. I'll tear you from I'll tear you limb from limb. Ima let out a guttural roar and charged towards Shoma so quickly nobody had time to react. He shoved Shoma to the ground, clambered on top of him, and started strangling him so hard it almost seemed like he might rip his head off.
Go to hell! Ima, no!
I ran over in a panic and pulled Ima off. Shoma had fainted and was frothing at his mouth. Yogamu darted over and conducted a quick check.
He's fine. Just passed out.
Damn it! Damn it! Dear sister! My dear sister! My dear sister!
After that heartbreaking outburst, Ima simply collapsed on the spot. Nozomi and Tsubasa rushed over and started comforting him. Everybody else was at a loss, simply staring quietly at Ima as they stood rooted to the spot. The sound of Ima's pained wails echoed coldly and endlessly through the walls of the building. We moved the unconscious Shoma into the cage in the courtyard and made sure it was properly locked. Once that was done, I shoved the key deep inside my pocket. Everyone returned to their rooms without saying another word. I soon found myself completely alone. Looking up at the night sky, I thought about what had happened. Kako's case had been solved, but that didn't mean it was all over. Someone out there killed Gaku and instructed Shoma to kill Kako. This was likely the same person who had been stealing hearts from the bodies in the morgue. X, the real mastermind behind this entire string of events. I had to find out who this person was, by hook or by crook. And I would, no matter what I did. I clenched my fists tightly. I would let nothing shake me from this firm resolve. Ding dong bing bong.
Guys! Wake up! Something's happened!
Upon hearing that loud cry, I dashed out of my room. What happened? What's going on? I was up early, so I went to check on Shoma, and Shoma, what happened to him? Just come with me quickly. We all knew where we were going. Everybody made a mad dash for the courtyard together. We went through the second floor hallway and burst into the courtyard, then ran toward the cage without stopping. There we saw.
Shoma!
Kyoshika grabbed the gate and tried to open it.
It is still locked and will not
unlock it now.
I dug the key out of my pocket, slotted it into the keyhole. Once the gate was unlocked, I opened it and went inside. I immediately ran to Shoma and touched his neck, checking for a pulse. At that moment, something felt a little off.
It's wet.
What?
I touched his clothes and they were wet as well.
Is he alive or not?
I already checked that. As you can clearly see, he's already...
Maybe we can still revive him if we bring him to the infirmary like last time.
Since I had touched the body, I knew already that too much time had passed, but I decided to go along with it anyway.
Yeah, we should try that.
Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, date 51, between 2 and 5 am. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptogoblin present in body. Impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room became heavier. What the hell's going on? How did the killer get to Shoma when the cage was locked? Takumi, did you lock your door last night? Yes, I did. So nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was sleeping. And I know I'm repeating myself, but that key's unique. It cannot be copied. Well, that narrows down the list of possible suspects to Takumi, right? Don't you ever get tired of mindlessly repeating the same thing? Aren't we overlooking the other possibility? That he stabbed himself like before? This time in a way that would be impossible for us to revive him. I can't think of any other reason why he'd wind up dead in the locked cage in the middle of the night. Well then, who supplied him with the knife? It had to be X, right? If it was X, they would have passed him some gamma field and a syringe. Yeah, ain't no one strong enough to keep mutilating yourself like that without being drugged the hell out of their mind. He could have used one of the bottles that had been stolen previously. We moved Shoma's remains to the morgue. There were now 4 bodies lying on tables there. At Ima's request, we made sure that Kako and Shoma's bodies were not placed next to each other. Ima walked to Shoma's dead body and stared at it for a long time. Then he said, "You got what you deserved." After that, we investigated the courtyard together. Despite combing over every inch of the area, we found no trace of a knife or syringe. The only thing we found was a balloon. It was lying on the floor near Shoma's cage. Although I couldn't immediately figure out if it was related to the case, I decided to stuff it into my pocket just in case. Soon, the last rays of sunlight disappeared into the horizon and darkness of night took over. It already was way past dinner time. Seeing that none of us had an appetite after all that, we skipped the cafeteria and gathered at the rec room instead. This makes it 3 people who have lost their lives because of X. We don't know for sure if X had anything to do with Shoma's case yet. Of course they did. We'd all be in serious trouble if it wasn't X. Because that would mean there are 2 killers of X caliber running around free. So who do you think X might be? Everyone fell silent. This was the question I was dreading the most. And it seemed like the others felt the same. Ever since Shoma shared his side of the story last night, we'd all been avoiding that particular issue. But it was time to face reality. I sealed myself and turned to Tsubasa. Tsubasa, do you still have the organic life detection device? Yes. 12. The exact same number as people present here. That means somebody among us is X. No, wait. It could have been someone who came in at midnight and left the school before the sun came. No way. Was laberst du? Sadly, that's not possible. The device comes with a history log. At 4 AM last night, the number changed from 13 to 12 and stayed there. Aha, so Sir Shoma was murdered at 4 AM last night. Huh? Yeah. Miss Magadori, we are discussing something more important here. The number reduced by 1 when Shoma lost his life, but after that, neither went up or down, proving that nobody came into the school or left it, right? Yes. I mean, Tsubasa? Sus? Thing is, we're all screwed if we don't do something. X threatened to kill us all in that message, and they're doing just that. The more we put it off, the more people will be dropping dead one by one. Well, I agree with the part about doing something at least. Hey Takumi, you're the leader, come up with something. Maybe, how about we make it compulsory to move around in groups of at least 3 during the day? Didn't someone mention before that 3 is a risky number? That was because your 2 other teammates could be working together. But the situation has changed. According to Shoma, X is just 1 person. That's right, so a group of 3 should be fine. What about at night? Feels like that's the main thing. So far, all of them were taken out at night. Then we should... Done and done. Are we all going to be sleeping here from now on? How bland and boring. Getting evacuation center vibes here. Would you prefer bland and boring or dead in a ditch? We've used curtains to divide the area up into rooms, so everybody will have some semblance of privacy. Is this really going to work? What if the killer strikes while we're all sleeping? In fact, that's why we've avoided sleeping in one spot until now, right? Yes, and that's why I'm thinking of having a sentry system. 3 people will be on watch at all times. We'll also rotate 1 person out every hour. And if anything happens, just shout. That's reassuring. Now I can get a good night's rest. My skin will thank me. Looks like we agreed then. This arrangement should stop X from causing further harm. We should be safe for a while. Now we just had to continue our investigation and expose X's identity before they tried anything else. There was just one other thing that was bothering me. Shoma was killed today. I saw his body with my own eyes, which meant what? Oh dang, what the fuck, 25 Tage oder was? I woke up at the sound of the morning announcement. The first thought to cross my mind at the time was, not again, along with a sense of resignation. Looking up at the unfamiliar ceiling, it took me a few seconds to realize I was in the gym. I stood up, wurde wieder ohnmächtig. I stood up from my makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider and stepped outside. Takumi, he awakens. I ain't want to sweat the smaller stuff, but you gave us a real scare this time. You were out for 23 whole days. Is it a new record? Or for the love of murder? I turned slowly to look at everyone, then said, everyone's safe. Thanks to your last words. My last words. For us to move in groups during the day and sleep together at night. Remember, those were the instructions you gave us on day 51? We've been able to survive all this time because of them. X hasn't had an opportunity to strike. That also means X is still... Yes, we still don't know who they are. If we did, we would have thrown them in the cage and tossed away the key already. Now that I got a better look at them, I saw signs of fatigue on everyone's faces. X is among us. I'll be killed if I walk around with only one other person. They've all had to spend the last 23 days under the crushing weight of such thoughts. It's no wonder their mental fatigue was starting to show physically. Alright, there's something you need to know. What is it? About 10 days ago, we met the boy with the undying flames. He showed himself. Well, he was feeling very unwell, but said he just had to tell us something. And what was that? I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in the school. It was put here in the event of all but one team member of Team 1 dying. Only Team 1 though, because the two teams joining together had not been anticipated. The people on the satellite did not think Team 2 would ever come here. At any rate, no matter how strong they were, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this on their own. Instead, that survivor would be extracted and put on standby, with the people in charge put together a fresh team for a new attempt. Once the correct series of code had been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. Once the artificial satellite received it, they'd send a rescue craft to the school. The survivor would get on board and be taken back to the satellite. That's supposed to be the sequence of events. Also, the rescue craft does not have a capacity restriction. That means people from both teams 1 and 2 can board with no issues. The second to last Defense Academy does not have a transmitter of its own, so bringing the team over here was definitely the right move. Unfortunately, I do not know where the transmitter is located. Still, it seemed to me like this information could be of some use to you. That is why I came to tell you about it. A distress signal transmitter? I've never seen or heard of such a thing before. Same here. After hearing that, we split up into groups to search for the transmitter, but we still haven't found it. It doesn't matter. We'd have to put the transmitter on the back burner for now. Finding the identity of X was our top priority. X was most likely the one to kill Shoma. Or they could have ordered someone else to do it, like they did with for Kako. At any rate, X was absolutely involved in Shoma's murder. As long as we could figure out who killed Shoma, we'd find out who X is. Alright, I clenched my fists tightly. Hideko Tsubasa, come with me. What? Where? To the courtyard. I'm going to reinvestigate the scene of Shoma's murder. Very well. I don't mind, but... What's that? Can we have breakfast first? I'm starving. And thus, Hideko Tsubasa and I went to the courtyard together after having breakfast. Why did you ask us to come along? I can't go against my own last words now, can I? The part about moving together in groups during the day. But why choose us? No reason in particular, I just felt like it. Felt like it. One of us could very well be X. Then it'll be a 2-on-1 fight. What if X tries to destroy evidence during this investigation? I'm not worried. They would have already done that while I was unconscious if it was that important. Yes, that is true. Then what are you investigating? One question before I answer that. Nobody had an alibi for 4 AM on day 51, right? When Shoma was killed? Yes, we were all sleeping in our rooms. Well, Iwa was in Eido's room actually, but you know what I mean. What about the murder weapon or any other clues? So far we haven't found anything. In that case, the fastest way to identify X is to see who could have possibly killed Shoma under those circumstances. The killer likely used a special method to kill Shoma while he was locked in the cage. Figuring out what that method was could break this case wide open. Who could have done that? Was thus the best line of investigation to pursue. How exactly are we going to do that? This place is so big that I have no idea where to even start. We need some sort of clue first. There is a clue. Shoma's body was wet when we first found it, remember? I think finding out why may very well be the key to solving this case. I walked over to the courtyard fountain. There was a valve with a handle on the side, probably for adjusting the amount of water being spouted. I opened it completely and then... a frightening amount of water gushed out all at once, making the fountain look like an erupting geyser or open dam. A giant column of water shot up in the sky and came down again like a downpour of rain. I quickly turned the handle to close the valve. Soon the water slowed considerably and went back to its normal flow. Phew, that was close. What exactly were you trying to do? I'm glad I was standing over here. Be all wet by now if I'd been any closer. Next, I checked the central drain. It was more like a tunnel than a drain. The water flowed deep into the tunnel. There was a large handle there as well. I turned the handle and a wall came down from the top of the tunnel, completely sealing up the drain. After checking it, I returned the handle to its original position. I briefly saw Yuruko and Tsubasa staring at me in confusion as I proceeded with my next destination. The cage where Shoma had been held. Da hätten die ruhig mal das mit dem Bild zeigen können, wie das gemeint ist. We already checked every last inch of that cage. There's no hidden tunnels underneath and the bars are as strong as can be. No scratches on the lock either and no traces that anything had been tampered with. The hinges of the gate are also untouched. As I was listening to them, my eyes wandered to the top of the cage. Officially, this cage is an animal pen. I think it was supposed to be modeled after a bird cage or something. You see that ring suspended from the top there? Yes, what about it? I didn't answer, instead lowering my glance to the bottom of the cage where something caught my eye. This cage isn't secure to the floor. It's just a bottomless cage placed on top of a base. But the cage is impossible to move manually. It really weighs a ton. How do you know that? There was a blueprint of the courtyard there was a blueprint of the courtyard on the war room's computer that had some information about it. I see, though it weighs 1 ton. Hey, that reminds me, did you know this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research? Biotope. I'll try to keep the explanation as brief as possible. It said that before World Death, Earth was full of different kinds of terrain, like arid regions and rainforests. And each of these regions were inhabited by living things unique to that area, including plants, microorganisms and vertebrates. For research purposes, this place had originally been created as a perfect replica of the ecosystem those creatures had been living in. That's why there are blasts of hot air to simulate a desert environment. It can also withstand atmospheric pressure many times Earth's range. But wouldn't that amount of pressure cause the windows to break? What are you talking about? Those things over there aren't windows, they are all display screens, including the ceiling. Look carefully and you'll see the light flickering every once in a while. There's no way the sky could be visible from here. We're inside the school after all. You might be right, but what about the exits on both sides connected to the hallways? Atmospheric pressure can escape from those exits when it gets too high, right? Those places were closed in the beginning, covered by partition walls, don't you remember? Alright, they opened up after Zero released them. In other words, as long as the walls on those exits and drains are down, the courtyard is completely sealed space. A completely sealed space. Are you done here? Shall we return to the gym? Not yet, there's just one more thing. This. A balloon. The one we found during the investigation on day 51. Why do you think it was found so close to the cage? I have no idea. I can hardly imagine it being someone's personal belonging. The more likely possibility is that someone made it using a Giftomatic. Giftomatic? We'll definitely be able to find a clue if we go there. We made our way to the rec room. Investigating the Giftomatic resulted in a few discoveries. So in summary, the official name of this is the sturdy rubber balloon. It was made using a very durable material. The description on the box mentioned it doesn't break easily. The balloon has a capacity of 10 liters. It should be quite big when blown up. According to the history logs, it's been crafted a total of 100 times. Who needs that many balloons and for what? Unfortunately, we won't be able to find out who crafted them. That data, and only that data, has been erased. After reviewing our findings, I put the balloon back in my pocket. Tsubasa, is there a tire pump in the parking lot? Yeah, an electric air compressor. Is it portable? Of course it is. It has caster wheels attached to it. Anybody can move it anywhere. But why do you ask? Sorry, let me gather my thoughts first. I'll explain it all to everyone once I have a clearer picture of how the events unfolded. A clearer picture? And when will that happen? Probably by 7 PM tonight. We returned to the gym together, where I immediately started sorting out my thoughts. The day flew by as I did, and soon it was night. The time I had asked everyone to meet me had arrived. It was exactly 7 PM when I quietly said to everyone, "Hey guys, can we all move to the courtyard? I have something important to discuss." What is this important thing we had to come all the way here to discuss? Well, you see, I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Shoma.
Who did it? First, we must answer the how. How did the killer stab Shoma while he was inside a locked cage? Once we can figure that out, the identity of the killer becomes apparent. Because only that person could have done all that under those circumstances. Just cut to the chase and tell us who the killer is already.
Alright. I'll tell you. The person who killed Shoma, it was. The name of that person is...
The person who killed Shoma is... I mean, ich würde auf Tsubasa tippen. Is Tsubasa the one behind this? The real killer is... Okay, es ist falsch, sonst hätte der die Dingens rein gehabt. Wait a minute, are you out of your mind? How is that even possible? Allow me to explain. What you did was... it was simple, you were... This guy is thinking to high heavens. Of course he is, he's X after all. Hey, now that I think about it, nobody got attacked whenever he was unconscious, right? Maybe he's trying to frame someone else to make the rest of us let our guard down. After that, he'll tell us there was no need to travel in groups or sleep together anymore and then commit his next crime. So he brought this matter up in a futile attempt to shift suspicions away from him. It does make sense. Yes, it does indeed. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement and I found myself unable to offer anything in rebuttal. You leave us no choice but to lock you up. Wait, this is a mistake. I was just... In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage in the courtyard. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember. But it was too late for regrets. I had no strength left to even sigh. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. Dann habe ich überhaupt keinen Plan, wer das sein soll. What the fuck? I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I next opened my eyes, I saw that the cage has been unlocked. Unsure of what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside, only to notice that someone was lying in the cage next to mine. I ran over to see who it was.
Ava.
I didn't even need to check. She was clearly already gone. The cage was unlocked. I went inside and touched her arm. It was deathly cold. She'd been dead for at least a few hours.
What's going on here?
I stamped down my disquieting thoughts and quickly started searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw...
Yoshika!
I checked her body. She wasn't breathing and had no pulse. Judging from how cold she felt, it seemed like she had died a few hours ago as well. Thinking everyone might be in their rooms, I proceeded to the roof. It was eerily silent all around. There was no sign of life anywhere. Still convinced there had to be somebody around, I opened every single door to check. Takemaru's room, Hiroko's room, Darumi's room, the rooms were completely empty, abandoned. Kurata's room was next. I went inside and my glance fell on her bed. Lying there was...
No! Kurata too!
I checked her body. Like Eva and Kyoshika, she was cold to the touch.
No, wait. Maybe...
Clinging to a ray of hope, I decided to move Kurata's body to the infirmary, but... Too much time has passed since death, impossible to revive, was all the monitor would display. I had a really bad feeling over this whole thing. Dark despondency pooled and congealed at the pit of my stomach. But it's fine. It's going to be fine. That's what I kept telling myself as I continued searching. I checked every room on the second and third floors, and then the any other rooms I had yet checked. I didn't find anyone. Finally, I reached the first floor. Upon stepping inside the mysterious room with no name, I saw...
Yugamu.
There was no need to even check on his body. I could feel an eerie chill crawling underneath my skin and spreading to the rest of my body. The last place I visited was the garage. I pushed the door open and cautiously stepped inside, and then... When I finally registered the scene before me, I thought I could hear the sound of my heart breaking apart. Tsubasa? Hiruko? Is it Nozomi? When I finally registered the scene before me, I thought I could hear the sound of my heart breaking apart. I felt nothing, not even sadness or despair. I simply turned over the bodies mechanically and emotionlessly. Takemaru, Ima, Darumi, and Tsubasa's hearts had been removed through their backs. Acting as a hunch, I peered underneath Hiruko's clothing to check hers as well. There was a large empty cavity there as well, just as I had suspected. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this through. My mental faculties had been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. Die haben wir gefunden, den haben wir gefunden. Die nicht. Hi Haven K. Hi, what's going on? I'm playing Last Defense Academy and I'm doing well. What about you? Sie haben wir gefunden, die haben wir gefunden, die haben wir gefunden. Moko haben wir noch nicht gefunden. Moko und Nozomi leben noch. Stepping outside, I wandered around aimlessly for a while before coming to a stop in the schoolyard. Not going to bed, that's what's happening. Oh, it's like very late. I need to go to bed though. It's very late in America, right? Or where do you live? I stood rooted to the spot in a daze for quite some time. Then a passing, soundless breeze blew past. As I took in the breeze, a slight sense of suspicion flashed through the back of my mind. Yes, America. Yeah, I mean, if you need to, it's 3:14. Yeah, then it's time, I guess. Especially if you need to work or to go to school or something like that. How many dead bodies have I found? 1, 2, 3. I'm on vacation. Okay, I mean, then you can, like, you don't need to go to bed. 4, 9. I was put in the prison cell on day 75. How many survivors were there at that time? Including myself, there were 12, which meant. But the suspicion was quickly dispelled from my mind when the remaining 2 survivors appeared before me. Die leben beide noch. But I should have stuff to do tomorrow. I mean, I'll chill for a sec. Okay. We fought so hard in defensive battles. Everyone gave their all. We even beat Vashnis. And yet, this was what we woke up to.
Takumi. You killed them all, right?
What?
We're the last 3 still alive. No one else but you could have done it.
Her accusation jolted my mind into action, and I started to defend myself desperately.
No, it wasn't me. I went through the same ordeal too.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
My cage was unlocked when I woke up and I walked out to almost everybody dead.
You really think we'll believe you after what you've already done?
Who else could have done this, huh? Tell us!
Moko was right. The 3 of us were the only ones still alive. It stood to reason that one of us had to be the killer.
Come on, we're waiting! Who killed everybody if not you?
It was...
I don't know, man. Nozomi, I guess. Oh, ich kann mich auch selber.
I'm sorry, Nozomi, but you're the only one who could have done this.
How? How could you even say such a thing? It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. No, forget it. I don't care anymore. I don't know. Could be that she killed everyone. I really don't know who did it. Everyone died like that. So I... She suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs and ran off toward the wall of fire.
Wait, Nozomi!
I quickly followed her. Before long we reached the wall of fire. But Nozomi did not slow down. She continued running at full speed right into the wall of fire.
No!
What the fuck? This wasn't what I wanted. All because I made that accusation. Because of me, Nozomi. RIP. No, wait. It's going to be fine. I may still be able to make it. I saved Nozomi. Drag her out of those flames, and my body was already moving before I could finish the thought. I launched myself into the fiery flames. The very next moment, I was vaporized in an instant. My consciousness ceased just as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. Nice, that's a good ending. Mystery Route. A kind heart. Well done. Okay. Before decision. Maybe it was Moko. I mean, Moko can win every 1v1. so she should be able to do that. If you don't know, I'm doing that last.
You! Moko Mochiro!
You killed everyone. It had to have been you. There's no mistake about it. No, no, no. No, 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 no. I mean, she seems to be it. Moko charged at me deliriously while brandishing a massive butcher knife. I instantly grabbed her wrist, snatched the butcher knife away and killed her ass. Slashed her neck. Or maybe Takumi was it. I watched in horror as Moko collapsed to the ground. I killed her. I hadn't intended to, but it just happened. My knees were knocking against each other. My strength gave out and the butcher knife fell to the ground. Thanks for the follow, thank you. Immediately after. Nozomi screamed at the top of her lungs and dashed over. The knife that had fallen from my hand was lying at my feet. She quickly picked it up and swung it wildly. Yo?
Nozomi, why?
Nozomi was standing in front of me with an astonished look on her deathly pale face. I stared absently at her until my consciousness faded into nothingness. Yeah, I found weird too that the blood is red in this game. But Mystery Route, Revenge for Moko. But Raincoat had red blood too. I mean, that's kind of a spoiler. But it kind of had red blood too. Okay, now I'll do myself. Like in Raincoat, there's like the first case is like you go to the new city where you then live and do detective stuff. And you hurt yourself in that train and your blood is red. But in the town where you do the detective stuff, there the blood is pink. And that's like plot relevant. And you can, it's kind of missable that your blood is red, because it's only like, it's not really relevant in the first.
I probably just didn't remember it.
And that's why. Yeah, I think, yeah, okay. Because there's no way either one of you here could have done all that. That means you must be right, it was me. I must have killed everybody, somehow, without being conscious of it. I slumped my shoulders and hung my head weakly. Immediately after, I knew it. As Moko said that, she reached behind her and took out a large butcher knife. Ach so. The next thing I knew, I was staring at my kneeled body, arms drooping lifelessly on both sides. How was I able to see my own body from this angle? It was the last thought that ran through my mind before I blacked out completely. Moko is kinda fucking sus. Why does she even have a knife? Mystery route terminated Sumino. Okay. Oh, there are 3 here too. Here are two things, okay. Takumi, Eva. Dang, they're spoiling. Okay, and I did all that. Nah, doesn't sound weird. Okay, let's do Takumi first. Is Takumi the one behind this? Yes.
I don't have any memories of it, but the killer, it could very well have been me.
Yeah, like I've been saying all this time, right? But how could you have not... What? How could you not have any memories? It's simple, I just don't remember. Then you cannot be the killer. But I don't believe any of you here could have done something so cruel. Also, I'm the only one who could have gotten inside since the key was with me. There are other reasons too. Nothing happened when I was unconscious, right? That would make sense if I was the culprit. And cause of my fainting disease may have... The cause of my fainting disease may have played a part as well. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease is likely developed as an after effect. If those damaged parts have actually yet to heal properly, I could have gotten up subconsciously at night and did all those things without being aware of it, right? That's why I'm saying it was probably me, maybe. Then you leave us no choice but to lock you up in a cell. Are you okay with it, Takumi? No. What? You're still trying to put up a fight after you confess? I wasn't confessing. I was just saying it's a possibility. But you were so confident you knew who the killer was. You're being utterly incoherent. Anyway, hold him down, everyone. Okay. Stop. Step away from me. I said, stay away. Also, what's your pronouns? Just he, him. I screamed and started running. You bastard, stop right there. I burst out of my room into the hallway and just kept running. Some time passed. I was finally able to throw off all my pursuers after running around the school haphazardly.
I'm in danger if I stick around here. I should leave the school for a while and get my head together.
I headed to the entrance hall and grabbed a fire extinguisher before sneaking outside. Before long I arrived at the wall of fire, but somebody had been lying in ambush there. Yugamu. You are X. No, but you basically admitted it just now. I told you I was just throwing out possibilities. Save your excuses. Now I can finally kill you without regrets. What? Have you forgotten that I am an assassin? Wait, does that mean... Kinda. Does he? Wait, does that mean... Yugamu pulled out a dirk and walked toward me with a smirk on his face. Nice one, Yugamu. You killed Nozomi.
Nozomi! Why?
I saw you, so I ran after you.
Yugamu! How could you do this?
Hey, this wasn't my fault. I was just trying to intimidate you. Killing you had never been my intention at all.
Shut up!
I charged at Yugamu with a feral roar, and we grabbed hold of each other. As we were struggling, we lost our balances, and our bodies careened into the wall of fire at the same time. Nice one. The very next moment, our bodies vaporized in the blink of an eye. My consciousness ceased just as quickly as my body was reduced to ashes. Wow. Mystery Route. Dance in the purple flames. The hand of his clothes remind me of the one from JJK. I don't know. Could be, I don't know. It was you, Eva.
The real killer. You! Ava!
What are you saying, Takumi? I came to the school on day 21.
21.
I couldn't have written the first threatening note or killed Gaku. That means I couldn't have been X.
Indeed.
What?
I didn't say you were X. What I said was you're the person who killed Shoma.
I did not. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Shut your mouth and just watch. I'll be exposing every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Okay. Mahito. Quick Googling. Kinda? I don't see it. I don't see it. Kinda? What makes you think I'm the killer? Before getting to that part, we'll have to explain how the murder even took place to begin with. Shoma's dead body was found in that cage. He had been stabbed multiple times. That means you had to have figured out a way to get inside the cage. But the door was locked. And you were the only one with the key, Takumi. Yes, I did have the key, so you couldn't have used it. You used another way to get inside. Another way? The key lies in the design of the cage.
The design? What are you talking about?
Okay, yeah, thank you and have a good night.
The bottom part of the cage isn't secured in place.
It's just a heavy iron cage mounted on a base.
I don't understand. That cage isn't secured in place. What of it?
The cage could simply be lifted up.
So you went inside from the bottom. What nonsense is this, Takumi? How is it possible for anyone to lift up such heavy metal structure? Very true, that cage weighs about a ton. It's not something anyone can move with their bare hands. Wait, aren't you contradicting yourself right now?
You claimed I lifted it up, but now you're saying it's too heavy to be lifted? Is there even any way to do that? I would like to know what you think I did.
You used buoyancy.
Buoyancy? That's right, you made the courtyard a watertight space by closing off the drains. And then you flooded the entire place. There's a fountain there, right? You opened its valve fully to release an enormous amount of water through the nozzles, turning it into something like an erupting geyser or open dam. You left the fountain valve wide open for a while to fill the space with water. Oh, I'm sorry, your explanation was so outrageous I couldn't help but be amused. Takumi, do you not know how powerful water pressure can be? Even if we assume water was released into the environment after covering up any openings, some would still leak out because those walls would be under constant pressure from the force of the water. No, that wouldn't happen. That's how this place was designed. Because the courtyard was originally constructed for a certain special purpose.
Special purpose? What special purpose? Now you're just talking nonsense.
This place was a biotope to be used for space development research.
It was designed to be able to withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. That's what Tsubasa said. Yeah, that's right. And that's why it's impossible for water pressure to cause any leaks. After a while, the place became filled with water. Considering the water flow of the fountain, it probably took about 3 hours for water to rise to the top of the cage. Shoma was killed at 4 AM. Counting back from that time brings us to 1 AM for the approximate time the water started accumulating. Even if you were right, the entire cage is made of iron. It literally weighs a ton. You said so yourself.
It wouldn't shift around simply from being submerged in water. Buoyancy doesn't work that way. How could anyone have lifted up a heavy iron structure like that?
By using sturdy rubber balloons.
Rubber balloons. Ones that can be filled with air up to a capacity of 10 liters. We inflated 100 of these balloons and put them into the cage. To be more precise, we put the deflated balloons in the cage first before inflating them. Archimedes' principle states that upward buoyant force is equal to the weight of displaced water. 100 balloons that hold 10 liters each equals to 1000 kilograms. In other words, the effect is 1 ton of upward force. That cancels out the weight of the cage and reduces it to near zero. You'd barely need to use a single finger to lift it then. We were easily able to lift the cage with just the slightest effort. 110 liter rubber balloons, that's just not... It would be impossible for me to inflate so many balloons in such a short time. How could anyone have done that? More than likely use a certain tool.
A certain tool? Well, what tool was it?
Gamma rays.
What exactly could be used to inflate that many balloons so quickly?
The bicycle tire pump in the parking lot. It's an electric air compressor.
It's mounted on wheels and can be easily moved here. Using that would make it a literal breeze to fill up all those balloons. I see. That method does make it possible for the cage to be lifted up while it was submerged in water. But don't you find it strange? If the cage had been underwater for that long, Shoma would have drowned inside. Had the ribomedic stated his cause of death was hemorrhagic shock.
Doesn't that conflict with the sequence of events you've laid out? If your deduction holds true, Shoma would have drowned to death before he was stabbed.
Okay, war a nice try.
Shoma likely breathed the air that was in the balloons.
Doesn't that conflict with the sequence of events you've laid out?
The cage wasn't completely submerged.
The water only had to stop just below the topmost part of the cage for it to work. Discharging water equal to the volume of the cage itself created the buoyant force needed. Shoma kept his head above the water surface and breathed through his mouth, gaping and gasping for air the whole time. He took this opportunity to lift up the cage while underwater, slip inside and step him multiple times. What happened to the water in the courtyard after that? He opened the drainage vaults to drain it away.
Then the courtyard should have still been wet when we discovered Shoma's body. But was it wet? No, not at all.
You used blasts of hot air to dry the place up.
What? I mentioned just now that this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research. Because of that, it's perfectly capable of reproducing a desert environment. which means it has the ability to blast hot wind around the area. After draining the water away, you activated that setting to dry the courtyard. Due to the lack of time, however, the water didn't dry up completely. When we first discovered Shoma's body, it was actually still somewhat damp. It was dry enough though. Plus we were all distracted by Shoma's dead body. That's why we failed to notice the remaining wetness of the area. The only thing we did notice was Shoma's body was damp. Fine, I understand. This is utter foolishness. Let me summarize what you were trying to say. I went underwater, lifted up the cage and zapped Shoma multiple times while he was gasping for air at the surface. Then I dove underwater again and turned the valve handle to open the drainage walls. Look, Takumi, I'm neither a diver nor a mermaid. Even if I was an expert at holding my breath.
A regular person would struggle to do even one of the things you're accusing me of. And underwater at that. It's all completely unrealistic.
No. It's absolutely possible.
You use your mask, Eva. Tsubasa told me about it. There's a miniature air tank in your mask. It allows you to use it as a sealed gas mask. You can breathe for up to 30 minutes using it like that. Yeah, I did say that. I never thought it would work underwater though. Get fucked, Eva.
Yes, I remember now. My mask did have a function like that. But someone stole it from me. That person must be the real killer. Yes, that has to be it. I know I am right.
You've been cornered and you know it, Ava. Just admit that you're the one behind this. Your mask was unique. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. According to Tsubasa, you're the only one who can wear it. You were right, Ava. This isn't a crime that a regular person could have committed. Only a diver, mermaid, or someone with that particular mask could have done it. Ergo, the person who could wear that particular mask is the culprit. And only one person in this world can put on that mask. That person is standing right in front of me. It's none other than you, Ava!
You're the only one who could have done killed Shoma.
Only one who could have killed Shoma!
No. Ja. Ja, weiter. Okay. Get fucked, Eva. Easy clap. Takumi, you're right. I killed Shoma. The method and flow of events were as you have deduced. I have nothing to add. But have I really done something wrong? I too had been threatened by X. I had no choice. When did you meet X? A short while before 1 AM on day 51, just before the murder. I heard a knock on my door. And you opened it? Yes. Why? The thought that it might be X outside the door flashed through my mind briefly. But I am not part of the SCU and I wasn't even here when you saw the threatening note. I just assumed I could not have been on X's radar. Well, what did X say?
I have the remote detonator that will trigger the bomb inside your body.
True, jeder hat die.
Here it is, in case you think I'm lying. I'm going to give you some instructions now, but you don't have much time. Follow my orders quickly or else. Should you go against me or tell the others about my existence, I will detonate the bomb in your body immediately.
Wait, what's going on? How did X get their hands on the detonator? Maybe they stole it from one of us? No, X said they obtained it through the proper channels, from Tsubasa herself. No. I duplicated the device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. Now we are 100% sure that X is one of us. No, I think you can remove me from that list. I passed the first detonator to Hiruko and never got it back. And I haven't received the duplicate from Tsubasa head. Duplicate? Duplicate from Tsubasa head. That is fair, Sir Takumi. Sir Takumi shall be taken off the list of suspects. Everyone else started scrutinizing each other with great suspicions, not daring to even move their bodies, only their eyes. Hey Eva, just one thing. Yes? X said that blow you up if you told the others about him, right? Yes? And that's what you're doing now. You feeling okay? Why hasn't X blown you up yet? Indeed. I believe they could, if they wanted to. The device is small enough to fit in the palm of someone's hand. It could be hidden in a sleeve, on their chest, or around the waist and no one would notice. It would be easy to simply press the button at the opportune moment. But X cannot do that for one particular reason. And what's that? Takumi, do you remember when I told you about the bomb mechanism before? Yes, I remember. Everyone standing within a 25-yard radius at the time will be blown to smithereens. 25? That makes the blast diameter the length of an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Basically the length of this entire courtyard. Aha, that's why X isn't pressing the button. Because they'll be caught in a blast as well. And it's not like they can simply run away. Taking such action is as good as admitting you are X. That's why X got their hands tied, huh? Eh? This is the perfect opportunity. For what? For us to get more information about X from Eva. Since they can't blow her up, we can ask her anything we want. Great idea. Eva, do you know anything about X? Their height? Body shape? They were dressed in the same outfit Shoma previously described and used a voice change as well. So it was not possible to discern who they were by their look and voice, but... Eva looked down. A short, hesitant silence later, she spoke up again.
Actually, I figured out who X is.
How do you figure that out? By their mannerisms. Their mannerisms? You know how some people subconsciously touch their chin or play with their hair when thinking about something? Those sorts of mannerisms. They tried really hard to hide it, of course, but I still managed to pick up on them. So, who's X?
Alright, I will tell you. X is...
Peng.
The real identity of X is...
Peng. Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over me. My mind started working overtime as I went through all possibilities. Maybe X would really press the button now. Everyone thinks X won't do it because that would mean blowing themselves up as well. But if their identity was revealed, it would be the end for them anyway. They might even prefer to die with everyone in the blast over being caught and imprisoned. But in that case, why weren't they pressing the button now, before Eva could reveal their identity? Were they banking on the possibility that Eva might say the wrong name? If she did, X would just sit back and watch the show without doing anything. And if she really said X's real name, they could always press the button at that time. Surely that was why X was adopting a wait-and-see attitude right now. It might be dangerous for Eva to say that name out loud. Even if she got it right, everyone would die anyway. Still, I might just be overthinking things. X could be hesitating simply because they were afraid to die. What do I do? What should I do? There was literally no time to hesitate any longer. My final decision was... No. I decided to let Eva finish her sentence without interruption, however. She stayed silent after that and refused to say another word. What's the matter, Lady Eva? X got your tongue? Or do you actually not know who X is? What? Then why did you pretend like you knew? At Eva's question, Eva suddenly... She smirked and let out a chuckle, looking as if she was mocking us. When I saw her expression, the truth dawned on me. Of course, you're afraid, right? You're afraid to die. Even if you were forced to do so by X, you are still the one who want to kill Shoma. That is an unforgivable act. Then you thought to yourself, I'm going to be thrown into the cage again. This time they're never going to let me out. Why should I stay then? I'll blow myself up and take everyone in the SU with me. But you were afraid to face death. You never had that courage to begin with. So you decided to leave it in the hands of X, right? The act of pressing the button to activate the bomb. Oh, that's why you lied about knowing X's identity. Wait, that means you're going along with us all this time? Huh? That means you going along with us all this time was just an act? When you said you hated rashness, was that a lie too? All so you can gain our trust and gather intel while hiding in plain sight? Eva said nothing in response. Her lips didn't move for a second. But something else did. Her hands. Ja, die... My body moved before my mind did. I exploded into action and dashed over to Eva at breakneck speed. I grabbed her left wrist and shouted loudly.
Get away, everyone!
At that, everybody made a mad scramble for the exit. Right after that, Eva grabbed my shoulder and forced me to face her. As I did, I saw a raised foot and... I felt myself being kicked away. I landed near the exit, where there were 5 other people. They had just reached the gate and were not yet outside. The other 5 had rushed to the exit on the other side and were at about the same distance away as well. I quickly stood up and looked in Eva's direction. She pinched her little finger and said,
Is this the courage you said I didn't have?
She pulled on her little finger without a trace of hesitation. Day 80. Ding dong bing bong. It's day 80. I was already so used to waking up and finding out that I had missed a bunch of days that I was more surprised by the fact I was somehow still alive. Come to think about it, I seem to recall someone pulling me back with a great force just before the explosion. That could be why I survived. I wonder who saved me. I didn't see who it was, but I remember a lavender fragrance. I can think about that later. Is everyone okay? I stood up from the makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider and stepped outside. And then... What do you mean Tsubasa and Mokos are gone? Exactly what I meant. They were both missing when I woke up. You were the last 3 on watch last night, right? Yes, but halfway through my shift I felt a pain on my neck. Like something had pricked me. Somebody must have jabbed me with that stolen anesthetic because I blacked out immediately. And when you woke up, they were both gone? That's what I've been trying to say. It was at this point that everybody finally noticed I was awake. So Takumi, I see you've decided to join us in the land of the living. 5 days, no see. Pretty fast, all things considered. Yeah, hey, shouldn't we be looking for Tsubasa and Moko? Yes, the 9 of us here will split up into groups of 3. After some discussion, we decided on the following groups. Group 1, Mi Nozomi Darumi. Group 2, Takemaru, Kurara, Kyoshika. Group 3, Hiruko, Yugamu, Ima. Let's go find them. And thus, we embarked on the search for Tsubasa and Moko. We visited every place in the school to see if we could find any traces of them. However, they're nowhere to be found. It's already been an hour since we started looking. Suddenly, we heard a strained voice coming from the schoolyard. Bad news. Teams Takumi and Takemaru, can you hear me? If so, come to the parking lot right now. We gave each other knowing glances before rushing toward the stairwell together. Takemaru's team was already at the parking lot by the time we arrived. There were a few trees near the parking lot. Hiruko and Takemaru's teams were staring agape at something near the top of them. Dread started to pool in the pit of my stomach. I turned slowly and cautiously to look in the direction of their stares. What I saw was... It was clear they were both dead. Blood drained from my face as I felt sick to the bone. Now 5 of my friends are dead. I didn't know how my heart wasn't breaking apart. Somehow, I held myself together and
Help
said,
me lower them to the ground and move them to the infirmary.
Subject Tsubasa Kawane. Cause of death hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death day 80 between 5 and 8 am. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon was likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time had passed. Insufficient crypto goblin. Possible to revive. Subject Moko. Genau das gleiche. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room turned utterly gloomy. We silently moved their bodies to the morgue. Hey, do you mind if I mention something? Go on. It's something I noticed about Tsubasa's back. She got her heart stolen like the others? Wait, how do you know about your hearts being stolen? I decided it was not something worth hiding and told them about it. Ah, right. But I don't think the cases are related. Neither of them had their backs cut open. Then what is it you wanted to tell us about Tsubasa's back? I noticed it when the hem of her blouse hitched up while we were moving her body just now. Darumi walked over to Tsubasa's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. She turned over the body and pulled the blouse up so that we could all see the strange thing on her back. Two. I think so. Could be a Z or an N as well. I don't know. The mark is small enough to be completely covered by hand. Not located in the center, but more toward the left side of the spine. This is indeed curious. A purplish color even makes it look like a bruise. What could this number mean? Nobody had an answer to that. We checked Moko's back as well, but there were no markings at all, let alone one that looked like a number. After that, we turned them both back around, closed our eyes, and put our hands together to pay our respects. Moko! Nozomi clung to Moko's body and wept bitterly. Her anguished chokes and sobs reverberated throughout the hushed morgue. Night soon fell, and when bedtime approached, Kodara suddenly brought something up. I found this in Tsubasa's space. Can you guys take a look at it? The organic life detection device. 9. Same as the number of people here. Ain't it about time you just showed your hand, X? You're one of us here, ain't you? No criminal in their wrong mind would happily come forward to identify themselves when asked. How about this, X? Fess up and we promise not to throw your sick little ass into jail. So come on, help us out here. It's doof. Are we only talking to X right now? Say what? X instructed someone to kill Kako and Shoma. What if it was the same this time? Hey, don't you go putting weird ideas in my head. You're basically saying there are 2 killers among us? Whatever the case, we should probably be sleeping together. I agree, X should still have some of that anesthesia left. Anesthesia. Another option is to increase the number of people on watch, but it's probably safer for everyone to just sleep in their own rooms. What do you think, Takumi? I folded my arms across my chest and thought long and hard about it before saying, yes, going back to sleeping in our rooms may be the better option at this point, on the condition that nobody opens the door during the morning until the morning announcement. Are we clear on that? Ding dong bing bong. I didn't black out despite having gone through so many stressful events yesterday. I didn't know why. It wasn't like I'd been cured of the fainting disease. During the day, we split up into groups to investigate the deaths of Tsubasa and Moko, but we didn't find a single clue. Soon the sun started setting. Darkness took over. It happened right after the bedtime announcement had played. The sound of the doorbell sent a chill up my spine. Was it X? Were they here to get me? Those thoughts raced through my mind as I gingerly made my way over to the door, where I was greeted by a familiar voice from the other side. Hiruko, I know what you're thinking, Takumi. Maybe Hiruko is X, right? But you would be wrong. I am not X. Yeah, you say that, but just listen to me. I need to tell you something. You are likely innocent because you did not have the detonator for Eva's bomb. For that reason, I trust you and want to tell you something I remembered. What is it? I am going to the morgue now. If you trust me, meet me there. I'll be waiting for you. I heard the sound of her clacking heels getting softer and softer until it went completely silent. What should I do? I don't believe Hiruko is X, but... Ah, damn it. I hid my infuser under my clothes as a precaution and ran directly to the morgue. I've never met an idiot as stupendously naive as you. Did you even consider what would have happened if you... what would have happened to you had I really been X? But you said you weren't. Wow, people can lie. Only a gullible idiot would believe a potential suspect is not a bloodthirsty serial killer simply because they said so. I gritted my teeth in frustration, then said, anyway, what was this thing you remembered? Hiruko walked over to Tsubasa's dead body without a word. She stopped in front of the body and removed the sheet. She turned the body over before lifting the blouse up. It's that strange number we saw yesterday. What about it? This is her liver mortis code. Liver mortis code? It's a unique number that appears on the back of all SCU members when they lose almost all of their crypto goblin. Only those from Team 1 have this. Where did you hear about this? That is a 3-day long story I can tell you another time. All I can tell you is that this is a very reliable piece of information. She moved to Shoma's body next, removing the sheet covering him, and she flipped his body around so that his back was facing up. There was a large gaping hole there. Shoma too. Yes, I believe X must have done this. But when? We've been moving in groups ever since he died. Well, there was just one sliver of opportunity X could have taken advantage of. What's that? When Eva self-destructed, everyone got caught in the blast and were knocked out. It was the next morning. By the time we regained consciousness, X must have woken up sooner than the rest of us, and... Hiruko showed me Eito and Gaku's back cavities next. Finally, she turned Kaku's body over. Now we have 4 cases on hand. Every wound is the same shape. X used the same method to remove their hearts from their bodies. Sure seems that way. What do you see when you look at this wound? Well, the outline is rather clearly defined, like they were cut open with a scalpel or something. Oh, I get it now. It's in the exact location. That has to be it. The part of their backs with the liver mortis code has been cut out. Well done. Is it the same for Moko? Haven't you been listening? The liver mortis code only shows up on those from Team 1. Moko is from Team 2. Naturally, her back is code free. After saying that, Hiruko returned to the bodies to the original positions. But why would X do such a thing? I'm guessing it is because they do not want us to learn of their existence. If the bodies were left in the original state, somebody was bound to notice the code sooner or later. So they cut out the parts with the code out in order to keep them hidden from us. Why dig out the hearts too? Most likely a red herring. Think about it. What would be the first thing to come to your mind if you saw that multiple bodies had only a certain part of their backs cut away? I would think there had to be something on our bodies as well. You see? Now you are getting it. You would think X is targeting something invisible on that part of our bodies, right? And what would you do with that information? What am I supposed to do? For example, I would cut out that part of my body before X could get their hands on it. Or cover it with something, like a tattoo or a soaring dragon, of a soaring dragon. X would likely be highly inconvenient if he did that. That is why they took out the hearts as well. They wanted us to believe the target was not that patch of skin on our backs, but the hearts in our bodies. That's why X did that. Though that still leaves us with one question. What's that? I'll explain later. You see, X objective has to do with knowledge of the livor mortis codes. Our current hypothesis is that X cut out that particular part of the skin, not because they were avid skin collectors, but simply to stop us from knowing about the existence of the codes. But if that is true, why set up the red herring? Because if X objective was only to know that the codes were what the codes were, they could have simply gotten rid of the bodies once they saw it. They could have tossed the bodies into the wall of fire, buried them in the forest. Yet X did none of these things. Why? I'm not sure, but maybe they needed the bodies to be left in the morgue for some reason. You think so too? Yes, X clearly wanted to leave the bodies in here. But by doing so, it would allow us to find out about the existence of the livor mortis codes. That is why they went through the trouble of setting up such a complicated red herring, removing the skin and hearts of those already dead. So the question is, why does X want the bodies preserved? That is why I'm trying to find out. Let's put that aside for now and talk about something else. Why does X want to know what the livor mortis codes are? It has to do with the distress signal transmitter. The transmitter the boy with the undying flames told us about. I recently found out there's something called a distress signal transmitter somewhere in the school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. Oh, I know. The correct series of codes he mentioned. He must be referring to the livor mortis codes. Yes, there are 10 people in Team 1. Entering 9 of our codes will summon the rescue craft. Because knowing the livor mortis codes of 9 people indicates that 9 people have entered total death. Total death. It means the complete cessation of life. In this state, a person is impossible to revive. Okay, but how did you come across all that information? The same way I came across the previous information, by remembering them. Oh, the 3-day long story you are talking about. Yes, I will explain further when time is more on our side. For now, our priority is to identify X. Do you understand now? Do you understand why I said X's objective is to find out the livor mortis codes? Does it mean X is trying to summon the rescue craft? It's very likely. So that they can leave the school. Quite so. Which also means X already knows where the distress signal transmitter is located, because the livor mortis codes would be useless otherwise. That is a logical line of reasoning. Keep going. If we find the distress signal transmitter ourselves, we may find a clue to X's identity. Hiruko nodded deeply at my words. That is why I'm going to start looking for the distress signal transmitter now. Care to join me? But it's almost midnight. What are you, 5? Oh, alright. Hiruko and I ran around the school all night in search of the distress signal transmitter. We found nothing in the end. It's almost 6. If you're not in our rooms for the morning announcement, the others may suspect of us being X. Yes, we should call it a day for now, and just as Hiruko was about to finish her sentence... Kurara! Hide yourself. What in the world? You made the rule that we should never go anywhere alone, remember? So why is Kurara wandering around by herself then? Oh, now that you mention it. We peered out from around the corner of the hallway to see where Kurara was going. She quickly vanished in the direction of the staircase. The sounds of footsteps on the floor above us slowly became softer and softer until we heard the roof door closing. Then there was silence. Kurara went upstairs. I mean, we are on the ground floor. But she just came from that staircase. Why would she come down the stairs just to go up again? Maybe she didn't come down the stairs? Are you saying... We started investigating the area around the staircase, groping around wall surfaces to see if we could find anything, and then...
What is this?
A secret door.
Let's see what's inside.
Yes.
Behind the door was a staircase leading down into pitch darkness.
Kudata didn't come downstairs.
She came up from here.
So, at the end of this staircase...
Yes. There's something to be discovered for sure. Let's go see.
This place. I cannot believe we are still discovering new places in the school on day 82.
Huh?
It's freezing in here. Your unfunny jokes make the heat in the room swirl up and die. I don't recall making any jokes. There's a device of some sort in the middle of the room. We should check it out. Hiruko and I approached the device and it stared at the displayed monitor. Is this what I think it is? There was a user manual of sorts in the bottom left part of the screen which read, Distress Signal Transmitter. Enter the liver Morse code of each SU member in the blank spaces on the screen. A distress signal is transmitted when 9 correct codes are entered. However, should a single incorrect code be entered, poison gas will be released from the tank behind this device. This is a special gas designed to instantly dissolve all types of physical objects. Neither a gas mask nor a biohazard suit will offer any sort of protection against it. You have been warned. This is it. This is the distress signal transmitter we were looking for. To think it's been here this whole time. This is a major discovery. In my excitement, I started looking around the other areas of the room. The next moment, I felt my blood going cold. I saw something I hadn't noticed initially because all my attention had been on the device, an object in the corner of the room. No, that wasn't an object. It wasn't. That was... What the fuck? Kurara's Osuzuki's dead bodies.
Wait. What? We have to take her to the infirmary.
Don't bother. A dead body doesn't freeze up that badly within an hour or so.
So, she's been dead for a long time?
You have eyes? Can you not see? This is definitely Kurara Osuzuki. I know because I've seen her real face before. The one beneath her usual tomato head mask.
I've seen her face before too.
On that note, do you remember who we just crossed paths with?
Yes. Someone dressed like Kurara.
But the real Kurara is here. Which means...
Who the heck was that?
One thing is for sure. That person is none other than X themselves.
Caution? What? Story log 3. What? Es gibt actually story logs? You have arrived at story log 3. You will not be able to progress without meeting certain conditions. Try exploring other branches for now. Unlock condition, reach story log 2. Es gibt actually logs? Interesting. Dass das so lang dauert, bis man eine bekommt. Ah, das Spiel hat zu viele Endings. Zu viel Blödsinn hat das Spiel.
Ava, stop! Don't say anything.
Hey, hey, what are you up to now? Wherefore have you stopped her? Explained my reasoning to the others. I get it, you are afraid X may try to take us all down with them. At that, all of a sudden, we hear... Eva burst out laughing to everyone's astonishment.
Mind sharing the joke with the rest of the class?
The joke is how you are all being so obtuse.
What?
It's the same.
What is?
Your ultimate destiny.
Wait, are you?
I shouted, but it was already too late. Eva had pinched her little finger and pulled it without any hesitation. Okay. Mystery Route. Pinky Promise. Dann ist die, wo der Dingens ist. Hier, wo das Ding ist, dann ist das ja Ending 100, wa? Okay. Das wird ja auch ein kurzes Ending sein, oder? It was you. The real killer is... You, Kurara Suzuki. Excuse me? You've got to be having a screw loose somewhere. That's not possible, Takumi. Remember what we saw in the drone footage together? The bends in the ventilation shaft are too narrow for someone of Kurara's size. Kurara ist auch nicht gerade groß. I'm guessing you're the killer, Takumi. Because if you can frame someone else, everyone starts relaxing and that makes it easier for you to keep killing. You can say that again? I think so too, of course you. One after another, the others started voicing their agreement and I found myself unable to offer any rebuttal. You leave us with no choice but to lock you up. Wait, there's a mistake. I was just... In the end, I was detained by the others and locked inside the cage in the courtyard. What possessed me to even say that? I couldn't remember. But it was too late for regrets. I had no strength left to even sigh. Only a little while later, my consciousness fled from me. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I next opened my eyes, I saw that the cage has been unlocked. Unsure of what that meant, I pushed the door open nervously and stepped outside. It was eerily silent all around. There were no signs of life anywhere. Wondering where everyone had gone, I decided to walk around the campus and search for them. I went to the garage on the ground floor first. I opened the door and I stepped inside, where I found...
Takumi.
I hadn't even needed to check. She was clearly already gone. I went closer and touched her arm anyway. It was scaly and dry to the touch. It had been quite a while since she passed. I checked her back and saw a large gaping hole there. Her heart had been removed through her back.
Why would someone do this?
I put the disturbing thought aside and quickly continued searching for the others. My next destination was the library. As soon as I entered, I saw...
Kyoshika.
I checked her body. She wasn't breathing and had no pulse. Judging from how cold she felt, I knew she had died a while back as well. I flipped her body around gingerly. Her back was still intact. Her heart hadn't been stolen. I decided to search all the classrooms thoroughly. Then I checked the first floor, second floor, and third floor. I even checked the roof, but there was nobody to be found. My last destination was the gym. The moment I opened the door, I could hardly believe my eyes.
What happened here?
I checked everybody's bodies. They were all cold to the touch, just like with Darumi and Kyoshika.
No, wait. Maybe.
Clinging to a ray of hope, I moved everybody to the infirmary, but too much time has passed since death. Impossible to revive was all the monitor would display. I thought I heard the sound of my heart breaking when those words flashed across the screen for the 6th time. I felt nothing, not even sadness or despair. Simply turned over the dead bodies mechanically and emotionless. Hiroko, Tsubasa and Ima's hearts had been dug out from their backs. Kurara, Moko and Yugamu's backs remained intact. But I was no longer capable of reasoning this through. My mental faculties had been taken over by a thick, impenetrable fog. I left the building and walked around the back. What greeted me there was a familiar sight.
Shoma.
The sight of a dead body that has been divested of its heart. I wondered where my own heart had gone. I could no longer feel it beating, like it had stopped. It felt like time had stopped, like the world had stopped, everything had stopped. But time had not stopped, as proven by the gradual darkening of my surroundings. I wandered around the academy with no purpose until I finally stumbled upon the 10th dead body, to be more precise. The 10th and 11th dead bodies.
Ava.
I mean, okay, man hat nicht wirklich gesehen in der Gym, wer da alles tot war. I checked Takano's back. His heart had been taken, ripped out of his body. Yu's back was untouched. No other part of her body had been cut either. I stood rooted to the spot in a daze for quite some time. Then a passing, soundless breeze blew past. The breeze jolted me to my senses and the gears in my head started running again. 11? I was put in the cage on day 50. How many survivors were there at that time? Including myself, there were 13, the very next moment. A great amount of blood suddenly started spurting up from my neck. I understood for the first time in that moment that I was still alive. At the same time, I realized I would be dead in 2 seconds. But if I had no way of telling if that prediction of mine had come true or not, because by then my existence had already been erased from the world. Okay. Lost in Darkness. Dang, richtig viele Endings heute gemacht. Oh, hier ist noch was. Ah, genau, jetzt Join the Killing Game. Join the Invader Hunt. Yes.
I think I'm going to join the game.
Feeling determined, I voiced my intention to participate. Will you all join me in this Invader Hunt? Oh, no. Have you lost your mind, Mr. Sumino? Participating in a shady game like this would make us... Yoniko A, there's another English viewer here too. Yeah, there was. He's already sleeping now. In a shady game like this would make us just like Mr. Maruko, jumping into the fire and getting stabbed for it. How's it going, Shun? You might end up getting slaughtered, just like Gaku. I know it could be dangerous, but I think ignoring the invitation would be even more dangerous. You ought to accept despite the risk. Hey Takumi, let's think about this rationally. Who knows what kind of monster's behind this? Anything could happen if we join some insane game like this, man.
Hey!
I more than understand the risk of participating, but I still want to know. I want to know who killed Gaku. I want to know who put us in this situation. I thought things would be different without Eito secretly manipulating us, but apparently I was wrong. Someone had destroyed Sea-Ray and killed Gaku, all in the space of one night. Gaku's death plunged us all into paranoia, and we haven't been able to come together since. Who could possibly be doing this? Everyone, please, I'm begging you, even if just this once, go along with me. Please, join the game with me. I bowed my head while shouting my pleas, trying to show them how serious I was, but I didn't get the reaction I was hoping for. Sorry Takumi, I can't, it smells like a trap to me. I'm out too. There's something so vulgar about using a game to encourage murder. A group of strangers all killing each other without any love behind it. It's no better than a hedonistic orgy. Huh? Did someone say orgy? Oh, simmer down, you stupid perv. I'm out too. The audience hates to see the team turn on each other. The audience hates to see a team turn on each other like that. My life may be worthless, but if I die, I won't be able to see my dog Leo again. This is bad. This is really bad. At this rate, I'll be the only one playing. How do I convince everyone that this is the right move? What do I have to do? Before I could say anything more. What? I'm gonna play the game. Obviously, I mean, duh. Obviously, a killing game is about to go down either way. Finally, the god of killing games had smiled on me and broken the chains binding me to this pitiful, tedious life. Anyway, that's why you're all gonna join. It's mandatory. Yeah, right. Don't fucking do this. Huh? I'm not fucking doing this. We can't start killing each other. We're here to fight the invaders. Excuse me? If you guys keep acting like such wusses, I won't get my killing game. We need at least a double-digit player count or it's not gonna happen. And I need it to happen. I've been waiting for this my whole life. I'm so sick of this lame tower defense game. I want us to kill each other. Do it. You're all gonna do it, right? Darumi vociferously? Was ist das denn für ein Wort? Vociferously.
Vociferous.
Vociferously. Making given to or marked by noisy and vehement outcry. Making a loud outcry.
Vociferous.
Vociferously. Urged everyone to play. But the more she insisted, the more it turned everyone off. With utter foolishness. What utter foolishness? I'm not entertaining this nonsense anymore. Disgusted, Kurara left the classroom. The others followed soon after. If you wanna kill each other, do it by yourselves. I won't stand for this. Sister Liz and I are going back to our rooms. I've always wanted to storm out in a dramatic huff like this. So cliché. In the end, the only ones left standing in the classroom were... Huh? What's wrong with them? Not playing? Like, defies the law of nature. Myself, Darumi and Hidoko. Hidoko, are you going to play the game too? I'm shocked. I didn't think you'd have any interest in something like this. Don't misunderstand me. I have no interest at all in the game itself. I just want to make sure. Make sure? Hidoko fell silent, refusing to elaborate. She does tend to be secretive. Well then, the three of us will meet in the leisure lounge tonight. The message said anyone willing to participate should gather in the leisure lounge at 7 PM. Well, with so few participants, it's entirely possible the game will be cancelled. No, my long-awaited killing game is slipping through my fingers. Hiruko and I went back to our rooms, leaving Darumi behind to wallow in despair. An invader hunt. I was lying in bed contemplating this mysterious game that we were supposedly going to play. Why would whoever wrote the message invite us to join a game? What kind of game did they have planned? Or was the announcement itself a trap? I was racking my brain, unable to figure out any possible intention behind all of this, until suddenly... a visitor. I opened the door and came face to face with Darumi. Darumi, what's up? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Darumi continued to stand there, not speaking so much as a single word. 1 minute passed, then 2. 3 people isn't enough. Finally, she spoke. A killing game with only 3 people? That's just not gonna work. The joy of a killing game is that there are a ton of participants and a lot of dying. 3 people do not a massacre make. I mean, forget Royale. That's not even enough of a battle to get excited about. Totally impossible, like way impossible. She was muttering to herself, but I more or less understood her point. So you're saying there's not enough people to hold a proper killing game? I've literally been saying that this whole time. Really? I didn't notice. I got the feeling this announcement only exacerbated Harumi's emotional instability. Normies always do this. They're like so happy to do an athletic meet or a talent show or whatever, but if you suggest a killing game, they're like, ew, no way. That's probably because they don't want to die. At this rate, I'm not going to get my killing game. Can't have that. If it gets cancelled, it's so over. Kyo, ho, ho. You have to help Takumi. Tell them how important this is and convince them to play. Are you kidding? There's no way they'd listen to me. Even just now, they barely paid any attention to what I had to say. It'll be fine. Just stand in the doorways and keep putting on that peer pressure. They'll cave eventually. You mean like what you're doing to me now? I might be dumb and useless, but even I can handle staging a sit-in. I mean, I did stick around my parents' house for basically my entire life without ever running away, no matter how much my brother and my daddy yelled at me to leave. Though, I guess that was mostly because I didn't have anywhere else to go. What do I even say to that? Okay, you'll be in charge of convincing Takemaru, Shoma and the twins. Your job is to flip them to willing players before we are supposed to meet. You have to get them to play, no matter what. Darumi stormed away without giving me a chance to object. Man, why is she so pushy? But now that she asked, I can't just do nothing. I mean, you can. I don't want the game to get cancelled either, so I guess I should try to encourage everybody to join. I'm supposed to persuade Takemaru, Shoma, Ima and Kako, huh? Of the 4, Takemaru seems the most likely to hear me out. He looks like a hard ass, but at his core, he's genuine and kind. He might be willing to listen if he sees that I feel strongly about this. Okay, the first one I'm going to try to convince is Takemaru. That settles that. Now to think of a way to get him to join. He's probably against it because he's wary of what might happen. His concerns are valid. The monster who slaughtered Gaku is behind this after all. I get why he'd want to avoid a confrontation, but if you don't participate, we may never find out who's really behind all this. I can't let that happen. I want to catch whoever killed our friend, no matter what it takes. Gaku might have been a careless, sneaky goofball, but he was one of our own. He didn't deserve to die. I'll never forgive whoever killed him. I'm going to find them, and I know Takemaru feels the same. Maybe I should get him to remember how he felt when Gaku was murdered. But how do I do that? How do I get Takemaru fired up again? How do you reignite the rage in someone's heart? No point in trying to figure this out on my own. I should ask around and see if anyone has any ideas. Wish to know how to ignite the fire in Takemaru's heart? I recommend giving him stickers. Stickers? A while back, I was messing around and put a cute character sticker inside Takumaru's custom biker jacket. He was completely overcome with rage. The fuck do you think you're doing to my jacket? That's the window to my soul. If you ever transition, you better damn well call me so I can kick your ass, man to man. That's exactly what he screamed at me. If I were to describe his countenance that day, he looked like an angry temple spirit or an active volcano. So indeed, a sticker will set him ablaze. I don't think it had anything to do with the sticker. I think he just got mad you messed with his clothes. This doesn't seem like it's going to be useful, but I'll try to remember it anyway. Takumaru is very serious about his biker outfit. Got it! How to get Takumaru fired up? Pro wrestling, obvious. When you're locked in a tight and exchanging pure soul energy with another fighter, your heart will be on fire. Come and experience it for yourself, Takumi. I'll spar with you right now. Sorry, Moko, but now's not a good... Too much of a wuss to put your butt on the line and fight? Well, yeah. Man, I picked the wrong person to ask. Moving right along. How to get Takumaru fired up, you ask? Takumi, you're asking the wrong person. My IQ is so low, it's a negative number. I couldn't possibly know. Can you stop the self-deprecation for a second and really think about it? What gets him worked up? I'm sorry, I have no idea. I'm too scared to think about anything. The invader hunt is all I can think about. They want us to kill each other. Shoma is completely terrified. It's pointless trying to question him further. Takumi, did you bring it? Bring what? My mask, you promised me yesterday. That's right, she asked me to give her mask back to her yesterday. Sorry, Eva, I just don't have time for that right now. No, I've been waiting for so long. Takumi, are you going to break your promise to me? You're mocking me because you know I'm just a helpless prisoner. Calm down. I'll be sure to bring it when I'm done. Just wait a bit longer, please. You promise? You really will? If you don't, I'll break down crying. She incessantly confirmed again and again that I would actually bring it. That mask must be incredibly important to her. Tarumi, what are you doing here? Can't you tell? I'm pretending to be a corpse. Da. A corpse? If you're going to play a killing game, then all of the useless nobodies like me are probably going to die first. So I thought I'd better practice being dead. That way I'll be a cool corpse when the time comes. I see, good luck with that. You should look at Gaku's body and practice too. He's a perfect example of how we are all going to end up. Yogami, what are you doing here? I came to chat with that A2R Tsuki guy. I'm terribly intrigued by him. Chat? He's a dead body. Corpses are surprisingly articulate. You can learn so much just by looking at them. I knew the moment I laid my eyes on his body, he was a brilliant assassin on his own right. Oh, I would give anything to have met him while he was still alive. The moment I saw Gaku's body, I had an idea. This should work. I'm sorry, Gaku, I'm going to have to move your sheet. I pulled down the sheet and draped over Gaku's body and came face to face with his brutalized corpse. Then I took off his jacket. It was splattered with blood and caught in countless holes. The criminal stabbed him over and over with a knife. I felt like I could feel Gaku's pain and agony just by touching his jacket. They won't get away with this. They're going to pay. It filled my heart with a sense of duty and conviction. If I show this to Takumaru, he'll remember how angry he was when Gaku was murdered. How to get Takumaru fired up? Isn't he always fired up? I mean, is he ever cool or composed? But don't you think he's been holding back a bit too much lately? Normally I'd expect him to be the first to jump at the opportunity to do this invader hunt. I mean, even if Takumaru has to hold back sometimes, I mean, how many of our friends have died so far? Eito, Gaku, and even Sirei is just a heap of scrap now. What are Sirei's remains doing here? I'm connecting what's left of him to the PC in the war room to salvage whatever data I can. I figured if I can access his confidential information, I can learn how to fix the corpse recovery drones, and maybe I'll even be able to get some information on whoever destroyed him. So you're basically doing an autopsy? Yeah, I'm sure even Sirei regrets that this happened to him so suddenly, so I feel like I need to make his death mean something, at the very least. I felt my chest clench as I stared at Sirei's remains. I never forgive whoever did this to him. They have to pay. An incredible rage was coursing throughout my body. Tsubasa! Do you think I could borrow him? I guess so, but what for? I'm going to show him to Takumaru. The person who did this to Sirei was more likely the same person who murdered Gaku. Takumaru might remember his rage when he sees this. Well, if it isn't the village idiot right on cue, what is wrong with you? What's your problem all of a sudden? Why are you so angry? Obviously because you're an incomplete and utter moron. You want to play some killing game? You're such an uneducated street rat, I could puke. She's worried about you, Takumi. You're just talking and we think you're not thinking rationally. Takumi, it's not too late, you can rethink this. I know you have your reasons, but playing such a dangerous game is madness. Even a sick necrophile like you should know a killing game is going too far. Try to rub your pauper brain cells together long enough to generate a spark and think about why you shouldn't value your freak fetishes over your own life. She was being unnecessarily cruel, but Kudara was worried about me in her own Kudara way. I appreciated the sentiment, but sorry, but I've made up my mind. I'd gladly accept the risk for a chance to confront Gaku's killer, and nothing would change my mind. Okay, these should be enough to convince him. Gaku's jacket and Sirei's remains. Holding onto them tightly, I barged into Takumaru's room. Whoa, Takumi, where's your manners? You can't just let yourself in. Takumaru, sorry to spring this on you, but I have something I want to show you. What is this? It's all fucked up and full of holes. And real dirty too, covered in dark stains. That's Gaku's jacket, he was wearing it when he was killed. When he was killed? You mean these stains are his blood? You asshole, why would you show me this? Yeah, I know, nobody wants to see this, but we can't hide from it. It's got all these holes in it, see? Because he was stabbed with a knife, over and over brutally. That motherfucker stabbed him this many times. God damn it, Gaku must have been in so much pain. Gakumaru's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the holes in Gaku's clothes. He was shaking with fury. Here's where I got him once and for all. And this is what left of Sirei. The person who did this was more than likely the same person who murdered Gaku. He might have been a machine, but I know he suffered. He was torn to shreds. Takumi, what the hell are you trying to do here? I know I owe you one, but I won't hesitate to fuck you up if you're just here to mess with the bodies of all the dead friends. Our dead friends. No, that's not it. I just wanted to ask you. I looked Takumaru dead in the eye. It's very likely that whoever is inviting us to play this game is the same person who killed Sirei and Gaku. The killer who did this to our friends is throwing down a challenge. I moved closer to Takumaru. Takumaru, listen to me. Are you sure you want to run away from this game? If you back down now, you might never get another shot at catching whoever did this. I can't let them get away with this. I'm gonna kill him with my bare hands. But it ain't enough of a reason to play this game. If what happens to Gaku happens to all of us, then it's all pointless. Crap, he's still not angry enough. If I want to get Takumaru to join, and he's still on the fence after all of this, I'm just going to have to make him even madder.
won't let Gaku's killer get away with it. I will get payback, but this ain't the time for that. Whatever this invader hunt shit is, it's obviously a trap. We got no clue what's waiting for us in the leisure lounge. We can't just take up a challenge from a killer.
So, that biker jacket of yours is just for show, huh?
The fuck did you just say to me? What are you, deaf? I said a coward like you shouldn't be wearing a jacket like that. Bastard, you ain't gonna get away with talking about my jacket like that. She reflects my whole soul. Just like Yoshika said, Takomaru gets upset when you insult his jacket. He's lost his cool. Now's my chance. I'm going to make him see it my way.
Takomaru, you don't deserve to wear that jacket.
The fuck, man? I ain't called the strongest gang boss that's ever lived for nothing.
You? A gang boss? You don't seem like much of a boss to me at all.
What?
Think about it. You're literally cowering, even though the person who killed your friend is throwing down the gauntlet. I didn't know a gang boss could be such a fair-weather friend and still get any respect.
Takomaru's face looked nothing short of demonic as he glared at me, but he didn't argue back. I must have hit him where it hurt. He was at a loss for words.
Takomaru,
I bumped my fist against his chest, near his heart.
if you want to show me how a real boss acts, fight with me. Join me. Please, join the game with me.
If you're gonna bust my balls like that, I guess I can't back down. Fine, I'll do it. I'll join its fucking invader hunt or whatever it is and kill the bastard behind all this shit. My hard work had paid off. Takomaru finally agreed to join, but I didn't have time to stick around and celebrate. I quickly left Takomaru's room and set off to persuade the others. Since I'd won over someone as influential as Takomaru, persuading the others went smoothly. Huh? Takomaru said he'd join? If you got someone as cautious as Mr. Yakushiji to fold, then I guess the game can't be all that dangerous. Everyone's going to join, then I guess I should too. Having successfully won over Imakaku and Shoma, I'd met the quota Naomi forced on me. And then night finally came. I arrived at the leisure lounge just before 7 PM and found that all of the other special defense unit members were already there. We've got quite the group here. Did everyone decide to join the game? Honestly, I never wanted to come, but Tarumi rang my doorbell at least 10,000 times. He was so persistent I just gave in. I was eating a snack in the cafeteria when suddenly Lady Larumi snatched my holy Jumanji sword. I pursued the scoundrel in an attempt to retrieve her, when suddenly I found that I'd been lured here. Oh, the holy Jumanji sword is safe and sound. If you were concerned. You could say this was a real steal deal. What's a steal? Kyoshika, give that blade of yours to me immediately. I'm going to snap it in half, along with your entire spinal column. Why would you say something so frightening? Wait, what? Lady Kurara, you've come too? We were worried you disappeared so suddenly, so we came here looking for you. Kyoshika, if you worry us like that again, I drop a heel right on the crown of your head to teach you a lesson. Or for the love of murder, looks like we've all been tricked into coming here. Darumi seems to have used some pretty underhanded tricks to get everyone to come. Kyuho, what a score! With this many people, killing each other is gonna be so much fun. Alright, it's almost time for the game to start. Who's gonna die first? Maybe me? I sure hope so. Everyone, please kill me. Oh, I made sure to bring all of your infusers too. You're all set for the great slaughter to begin. She's so prepared, it's scaring me. Darumi seems thrilled at the idea of us killing each other, but I don't plan on hurting any of my friends. I'm not going to let anyone else die. That's why I wanted to do this. It's almost time. What kind of person do you think is running this game? I'm kind of excited to see who the bad guy is. Time passed, and finally it was 7 p.m., but... For fuck's sake, nothing's happening. Nobody came, nothing happened. The leisure lounge was as quiet and peaceful as ever. Maybe the mastermind gave up after they saw a disgusting insect like me was joining. Or maybe that whole message was just a prank? Honestly, as anticlimactic as that would be, a safe conclusion like that might be for the best. Look, it's getting late, I'm out of here. No sooner than Takumaru had said those words, it happened. Suddenly, an ominous sound came from out of nowhere. What is that sound? It's awful, my ears hurt. The hell? Is someone revving a bike engine? No way, I've never heard an engine make a noise that's horrible. Just listening to it making me... The unidentified sound grew louder and louder. Where is it coming from? We looked around the source of the sound. That's when we happened to look up at the ceiling.
Huh?
What the fuck? Only to be greeted by an unbelievable sight.
Bees?
The hell? They're flying around with a bunch of big-ass bees?
Is that a spacesuit? Wait, no. A diving suit?
A bee parachute? I've never seen such a hideous mode of transport.
Bro's Fortniting it up.
Eek! I hate bugs! Someone get me some bug spray stat!
The individual in the spacesuit gradually lowered their altitude. They landed in the leisure lounge. You look fucking ridiculous. Take that helmet off and show us your face. Is this some wrestling federation's masked fighter? Love the costume, but you gotta lose the bees. We need to take this seriously, they might be with the invaders. What if it's a commander? Takumi, did you see the commander like this during the first 100 days? No, I never saw anyone like this. We never faced a commander who controlled bees, especially not one in space. Hey, who are you? It's only polite to introduce yourself. Speak up, asshole. The mysterious person examined our faces without answering. Then they nodded, seemingly satisfied.
So good to see so many of you. With so many participants, this killing game is sure to reach a screaming climax. The more lives there are to lose, the more spectacular the battle.
The voice sounded unnatural. Perhaps they were filtering it through a voice changer. The face was obscured by their mask, too, so there was no guessing their age or gender. Well done for deciding to join my game, Special Defense Unit maggots. I commend your small act of bravery. They commended us. Yoshika, they're definitely being sarcastic, or trying to provoke us. We're so terribly honored, but who exactly are you? What are you doing at this school? I'm here to play my game with you, of course. I'm the sponsor of the Invader Hunt. You may call me Sponsor. Treat the title with the respect it deserves. Sponsor. For this is the person who invited us to play this game. Which means... Time is precious. I wish to start the game quickly. First, we'll hold the opening ceremony. Let me ask you one thing first. I yelled over the sponsor, interrupting the mid-sentence. Are you the one who murdered our friend Gaku Maruko? A strange threat was written on the blackboard the day before Gaku's murder. It perfectly matches this order of events. In other words, it was only natural to assume this was the person behind Gaku's death. Does it really matter who I have or haven't killed? After all, every last one of you will die in this game. Don't dodge the question. I'm asking if you killed Gaku. Yes or no? Yes and no. There's no other way for me to answer. I told you not to dodge the... Takumi, read the room. A sharp voice pierced my eardrums and caused me to cover my ears. Tarumi? I've been waiting for this day my entire life. I prayed to the god of killing games every night. Begged to be released from the pointlessness of my life. Begged for me, my parents, my brother, my teacher, all to die in gratuitous, gory style. My dream is finally about to come true. I'm going to get the killing game I've always wanted. Don't ruin this for me. Don't you dare ruin my dream. I was taken aback by the desperation in her voice. Aren't you a strange one? Are you that excited for my game? Like, you don't even know. Tell me all the messed up rules we have to follow. It motivates me to hear you have such high expectations. Then allow me to explain the rules. No thank you, not interested. Kurara interrupted and stepped forward. I have no intention of playing your game. I refuse to even recognize it. You want us to kill each other? I'd never approve of such a vile game. Don't be so rash, Tomato Head. That vileness is what will make this game interesting. You might enjoy it more than you expect, if you just give it a try. It's not often that you get the opportunity to unleash your primal urges and kill your fellow man. I told you I'm not playing. I am a scion of the Otsutsuki family, a pinnacle of all Sutsukis. It's fine for me to trample on the ignorant masses from up on high, but there's no way in hell I'm allowing someone to try and kill me as if we're equals. So you refuse to participate. That goes for at least half of us. There's only the few mental patients here that want to play your deranged game. Takumi, she just called you a mental patient. She means you too. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. I believe I made that very clear. I believe you did. Kurara glanced down for just a moment. So go ahead and try. All of a sudden, she was ready to fight. Pull your filthy eyeballs out of your sockets and watch closely. Behold the Otsutsuki family boxing technique. I'm going to beat you and your ugly costume until you are so swollen you look like you stuck your head in your stupid bee's hive. Kurara assumed a boxing stance and steadily approached the sponsor. Wait, Kurara, don't try to fight them alone. I can handle this by myself. I don't sense any fighting spirit in this pathetic worm. They have the quintessential pauper aura. All talk and no action. One punch will do it. Ignoring all warnings, Kurara continued to close the distance between the sponsor and herself. Hope you like the taste of noble fist. Kurara was about to unleash a deadly uppercut when it happened. Kurara! The beast that had been hovering near the ceiling descended with a terrible cacophony of beating wings, and then... They instantly grabbed Kurara and whisked her high into the sky.
Put me down! Put me down this instant! These horrible things are so creepy!
Kurara squirmed frantically, but they held her tight, refusing to let go.
Kurara Suzuki, I sentence you to being suspended mid-air. What a sight, don't you think? As they say, smoke and fools rise to great heights. You can writhe and suffer for now. I'll ease your pain when the time is right.
Lady Kurara! Give me back my Lady Kurara, you wild insect. Kurara, what do we do? How do we get her back? She's so high up, even my mid-air attacks wouldn't reach her. What do we do now? How can we save Kurara when she's all the way up there? Kaku's sniper rifle might be able to reach, but this Kaku has never used her Hemo Enema before. Right now, there's no way for us to attack the bees up near the ceiling. In that case, we'll just have to attack the person controlling them. Suddenly, I found myself running at full tilt, making a beeline, get it? For the sponsor. I'm not going to lose anybody else. I let that determination take away my fear and carry me forward. I plunged my infuser into my chest as I ran. Give back. I screamed as loud as my voice would let me and swung my sword down on the sponsor. I felt it connect. My blade was going to split them in two. I was so sure it would, and yet... That tickles. Is that all you've got, Takumi Sumino? Ow. The sponsor was completely unharmed. It's simple. Your power isn't enough to inflict even the slightest scratch on me. No, this has to be some sort of mistake. This has to be some kind of cheat trick. Then try again. I won't stop you. You've got some balls, beefucker. Let's see how long you can keep this tough guy act, huh? I'm joining the fray, Takumi. Combined our power level is like 2 million. We can't get them. We can get them, guys. We need to save Kurara and as soon as possible. Everybody. Even if we can't take the sponsor on alone, we can if we all attack together. Brace yourself, asshole. Our breaths synchronizing. We all leapt at the sponsor.
Take that!
You blackguard!
You're finished!
Takemaro, Nozomi, Kyoshika and I unleashed everything we had on the sponsor. We punched, we kicked, we sliced, we pummeled, we tried every attack possible. We used every last ounce of our strength, until we had no energy or hero anima to spare. However, it tickles. Why don't our attacks do anything? Are you immortal or some goddamn thing? Aber der hat der Kurada hat er nicht hauen lassen. Das heißt, von der würde der easy geballert werden. You have the endurance of a wrestler to withstand my body slam. No matter how much we attacked, our opponent didn't even flinch. This was far beyond a matter of strength or endurance. They were literally invincible. We can't give up. We must save Lady Kurada. My fellow warriors, just one coordinated attack and... Enough of this sideshow. The opening ceremony will conclude with Kurada Osuzuki's death. There was a cruelty in the sponsor's voice as they pointed to Kurada still hanging in the air. Her body was rapidly turning black. Was the swarm of bees draining her crypto goblin?
Lady Kurada!
Once they'd sucked everything out of Kurada, the bees dropped her dried up husk on the floor. No, Kurada! No, this can't be happening. Lady Kurada can't be dead. Don't give up yet. Let's take her to the revival medic. Nozomi, Moko and Kyoshika lifted up Kurada's corpse and left the leisure lounge, but... How pointless. How can a body be revived if there isn't a drop of Crypto Goblin left in it? How pitiful that she would die before the game even began. She's ruined my schedule. I suppose I'll simply have to postpone the start of the game until tomorrow morning. Return here as soon as you're awake tomorrow. And might I remind you, there's no point in trying to escape. You know now what happens if you refuse to play. There was nothing we could say. You'd be killed instantly if you tried to resist. Never had any message come through so clearly. Bummer, Kurada got the opening death scene. Must be nice, she died with so much drama, but it should have happened to me. Well, whatever. The game starts tomorrow, so I'll have plenty of chances to have a nice gory demise. I wonder how everyone else is gonna die. Who's gonna kill me? There's like so much to look forward to. Darumi's eerie yet strangely innocent cackle rang out across the silent leisure lounge. Save your progress. Dang. Hat er mich überhaupt schon mal gefragt?
Get be ready to...
It's morning. I barely slept last night. I woke up over and over again seeing Kurada's face when she died in my nightmares. They won't get away after killing my friends so horribly. If I could, I'd kill them right now. But right now we're too weak. We can't beat them. One poor attempt to revolt and we'd just be massacred. For now, we just have to obey. We just have to play the game. They wanted us to come back to the leisure lounge when we woke up. Right off to the leisure lounge. On my way to the leisure lounge, I came across Nozomi and Moko in the hall. Nozomi, are you okay? You're so pale. I couldn't sleep last night. I just can't believe it. Kurada, she's gone. I didn't know what to say. What could I do for her after she lost a close friend? We buried her. Make sure to say goodbye to her later, okay, Takumi? Yeah, I promise I will. They're not going to get away with killing Kurada. I'll do whatever it takes to avenge her. But now's not the time. They're a bit too strong for us right now. So we are all going to play this game for a little while and wait for our chance. For now, we just have to push all of this grief down and grit our teeth. Knowing how to bide our time is an important part of fighting. Nozomi was barely able to hold steady on her own 2 feet. Moko looked after her as they walked to the leisure lounge. I made a vow to myself as I watched Nozomi walk away. No matter how this game turns out, I protect Nozomi to the end. No, not just Nozomi, I won't let anyone else die. Because I came back here to protect them and grab hold of a future where we can find happiness. At last, I present to you the rules of the Invader Hunt. Once we were all in the leisure lounge, the sponsor began to explain the rules without any preamble. The rules are exceedingly simple. All you have to do is hunt the creatures known as invaders. You will gain points for every invader hunted, which will be tallied.
And reflected in the live rankings.
The names of everyone in the room were shown on a screen being held up by two bees.
One round lasts 10 days. The person ranked last at midnight on the 10th day will be executed. Their cryptoglobin drained by my bees.
Executed. Kurara's death was proof that this was no bluff. They could easily kill us all. In short, we need to try and kill as many invaders as possible. I'm glad we don't have to actually kill each other or anything. I mean, not glad, but if you're just hunting invaders, then we just keep fighting defensive battles, right? That's the same shit we were doing anyway. Not at all. What you were doing was merely defending your base. Hunting and defending are entirely different. To hunt, you must go out. The playing field is the space outside of school. You will not receive points for any invaders killed at the school, no matter how many. We can't get points anywhere in the area shaded red. That's anywhere within the school grounds. That means if you want points, we'll have to go hunt down invaders wandering outside. So we're being forced to fight outside of the ring, then? It's too much for a shut-in like me to be forced outside like this. But what happens if the invaders attack the school while we're all out there? If the commander strikes when the place is empty, it's the end of the line. All you need to do is engage them before they infiltrate the school grounds. They say that a good offense is the best defense after all. Then we can't stray too far from the school. If you're not careful about how many battles we fight out there, we'll end up disqualified for going out of the ring. Was? So we need to hunt in a place where we can quickly return to the school if something happens. But how are you gonna track how many invaders we hunt down out there? You're not counting on an honor system, right? Someone would definitely end up lying about their number. These bees will count your points. Whenever you kill invaders, they will count the points and report them to me. In other words, these bees will be monitoring our actions while we are playing the game. Guess running away isn't going to be an option. And last but not least, the most important rule of all. You are strictly forbidden from causing me harm while the game is underway. Anyone who defies me will immediately become food for my bees. Try not to lose your cool. A rather tyrannical, one-sided rule, isn't it? Does this mean we can't resist even if you use violence against us? Don't worry, I will not lay a finger on any of you. The game will immediately cease if a sponsor harms a participant without just cause. In other words, they won't hurt us as long as we do what they say. But you're the one who enforces these rules. If you turn on us, we're entirely without recourse. I intend to run this game as fairly as possible, otherwise things would be very boring. I promise not to violate the rules. Please trust me on that. There's no way you can trust them, but we're in no position to argue. Now then, that concludes the explanation of the rules. There are plenty of other hidden rules, but I'm not so inclined as to give them all away at this juncture. Come up with strategies on your own. Doing is learning. The sponsor looked at all of us and shouted,
Special Defense Unit maggots, Participants of my game, assume your new roles as proud hunters and claim as many invaders as you can. The invader hunt has hereby officially begun.
Without so much as a moment to prepare, the game was on. But I wasn't sure how I was supposed to handle our newly assigned task. I decided to go back to my room and prepare to leave school grounds. The Invader Hunt is a point-based hunting game. I decided to review the rules of the game. The rules themselves were simple. All we really had to do was hunt invaders. However, the game field was outside school grounds. Even if you killed an invader, if it happened in school facility or in the schoolyard, it wouldn't count. Basically, no matter what we do in the defensive battle, it wouldn't be worth any points. If we wanted points, we had to go out exploring and hunt down any invaders we come across. But it's way too dangerous to constantly be fighting out there. If we died outside school grounds, the drones wouldn't collect our bodies and the revival medic wouldn't revive us. Death would truly be final. We have to be careful so we don't die. And if you want to do that, we should probably form teams. In a team, there'd be someone there to have our backs, and we could look after one another to keep each other alive. We'd need comrades if we want to survive. Okay, but before I go out, I should find someone to partner up with. I decided to go talk to everyone to see if anyone would want to team up with me. For some reason, when I went onto the roof, everyone was already there. There was no sign of Darumi or Haduko, but almost everyone else was there. Takumi. Oh, everyone, great timing. I just figured out a way we can survive this game. Do you mind if we talk? Everyone rushed over to me and I explained the necessity of forming teams. So I think we should at least be in pairs. Trying to do this solo will just end in game over the moment you take a lethal hit. Yeah, we were just saying the same thing. That we should work in teams, I mean. We were actually just deciding the teams. In short, we are right in the middle of a draft meeting. Kako pulled out a piece of paper with the members of each team written on it. The first team is us boys and Sister Dearest. The second team is all of the girls. We might end up spending a lot of time together from now on, so we thought grouping up by gender would make sense. What we're worried about is Yugamu, who's nowhere to be found. He's a boy, but it's entirely possible he'd like to stick with Miss Kirifuji and Miss Magadori as he's done up to this point. But if you put Yugamu in team 2, then we should put Hidoko in team 1. Miss Shizuhara is very strong, so we are discussing giving preferential negotiation rights to the weaker team. Preferential negotiation rights? This really is like sports draft. By the way, what team do you want me in? It would make sense if I was in the male-centric team, but you have to play alone. Nobody wants you. Huh? I was so shocked that my voice withered away mid-exclamation. Why? Why am I the only one being left out? Don't tell me you guys are still suspicious of me. I thought we cleared things up about Gaku. I didn't kill him. It was a sponsor. Isn't that obvious? No, we are all on the same page there. They're definitely the one who killed Mr. Maruko. They destroyed C-Ray too. They're behind everything. Then why? Mr. Sumino, have you forgotten? You killed Mr. Aotsuki. Sure, but why bring that up again? He was a traitor. He had to go. Even if I grant you that, he was still one of us. If you had a comrade who could kill another comrade without batting an eye, would you want to team up with them in a killing game? No way, you've got to be kidding. But, and whether you do anything, someone invariably ends up dead.
You're cursed! Do us all a favor and get out of here!
You're more than cursed. You're the Grim Reaper.
The Grim Reaper? It stung, but I couldn't argue. It was true that I was the common denominator in all of this so far. I came back to the past and immediately killed Eito. And because I ignored the message on the blackboard on day 4, Gaku was killed the next day. And 2 days ago I decided to join the game and encouraged everyone to join with me, and because of that, Kurara died so brutally. If you hadn't convinced us to join this game, Lady Kurara would still be with us. It's all your fault, all of it. Give her back. Give Lady Kurara back to me.
The blood of Lady Kurara is on your hands!
Kyoshika drew closer to me, letting out a pained cry. I couldn't bring myself to meet her eyes, which were now red and swollen from crying. Kyoshika, no. Moko put herself between us and embraced Kyoshika. Blaming Takumi won't bring her back. It'll just make it hurt even more. But... Knowing how to swallow your sorrow is part of fighting. We need to be strong right now. I'm sorry, Takumi. Kyoshika understands, I swear. She knows it's not your fault Kurara died. But she has no outlet for her grief, so she's just taking it out on you. I was so shocked that I couldn't utter a single word. I had no idea everyone had so much contempt for me. All I ever wanted to do was to make everyone happy. That was why I came back. Where did it all go wrong? I swear, Lady Luck or Fortune or whatever the hell she's called turned against you the moment you offed Ato. Sheesh, this whole slew of shit speaks for itself. Not even I can help you out here. Sorry, but you're now your own. Sorry, Takumi. Everyone left one after the other, leaving me all alone on the rooftop. I felt total despair. This was my first time being so obviously and intentionally isolated. I always had Karua by my side in the TRC, and my mom and dad were always waiting at the dinner table whenever I went home. But now, here I was, all alone. I would have to face this game 2 of death all by myself. Nobody would ever want to team up with the Grim Reaper. But then I thought of something. That's right, Hiroko. I saw Hiroko in my mind's eye. On day 5, she took me to second to last Defense Academy. I said we needed to bring in the second team to increase our combat power. I can never really tell what she's thinking, but she's a surprisingly caring person. She might be willing to work with me on this. Maybe I should ask Hiroko if she'll team up with me. Feeling a sliver of hope, I decided to stop by Hiroko's room. I was praying hard as I rang the doorbell. Please, Hiroko, you have to answer. If you forsake me too, then it's all over. Maybe my prayers were answered because... Takumi, what do you need at this hour? Hiroko, thank goodness you're still here. I was almost tearing up with happiness. I'm so glad you're here. So glad. The moment I met you, you stirred my soul. Can I go back inside? You're creeping me out. No, wait. Just hear me out, please. You're not about to try to tell me about the word of God, are you? No. I explained everything that just had happened. I didn't leave out a single detail. I told her how they called me the Grim Reaper, or no one would team up with me. So your already low popularity has now hit rock bottom then. It hurts when you lay it out like that, but in a nutshell, yes. At this rate, I'll have to do the invader hunt all alone. I'm begging you, Hiroko. There's no one else I can trust. Please team up with me. I lowered my head and pleaded sincerely. I believed that if anyone would lend me a hand and pull me out of my predicament, it would be Hiroko, but I'm afraid I must disappoint you. My hope was crushed. Is there anything I can do to change your mind? If you team up with me, I'll work myself to the bone for you. I promise I'll be useful to you. It's simply not possible. I will not be teaming up with you for this game. Do you think I'm the Grim Reaper too? Please, I don't believe in that kind of superstitious nonsense. I simply have my own situation to deal with. Besides, I already have a partner. You do? Just then. Get lost, Takumi. Mistress Hiroko is all mine. Darumi. She's all mine. All mine. Stupid puppy. I told you not to come out. Go back into your doghouse like a good girl. Don't be mad at me, Mrs. Hiroko. What's going on? Why is Darumi barking? You know how this one's been an overexcited nuisance since the killing game was announced, right? So I turned her into my dog. I don't understand in the slightest. Basically, I used strength to make her submit, and it broke her a little. Come to think of it, Darumi had been unusually quiet during the announcement of the rules. I guess she was already a dog at that point. I have a responsibility to her as her owner, so I'll be playing the game with her. Go away, no boys allowed in the Yuri zone. He's all mine. I instinctively fled after being ferociously barked at by Darumi. I guess I'm on my own then. I felt strangely refreshed after being so cleanly rejected. Fine, I'll play by myself. I'll hunt down the invaders on my own, and survive all on my own too. Half sulking, I headed for the entrance hall. There was someone unexpected waiting for me when I arrived at the entrance hall. How pitiful that you must go all alone. Are you going to hunt or to be hunted? Huh? Were you waiting here so you could laugh at me? No, I merely came to give you some information. I failed to mention it earlier, but I have added more fire extinguishers. Now you may go outside at any time. You should all hunt whenever it pleases you. They're pretty prepared. How long have they been planning this? Now then, go out there and hunt. Struggle away for my amusement. It's dangerous to stray too far from the school. I should try to find invaders as close as possible. I'm pretty sure a decent number of invaders are wandering around the city to the south. I'll head over there today. Just as I thought, there was a large number of invaders inhabiting the nearby city. They roamed around the ruins like zombies with no will of their own. They were all just basic cannon fodder. I could defeat them on my own. I sensed a presence and glanced up in the air to see one of the sponsor's bees were tailing me. Must be here to count my points. Okay, here goes. I stifled my breath and slowly crept up on one of the invaders. Time to attack with everything I've got. I wanted to attack, but my legs froze. I couldn't move. Am I scared? I'd fought on my own plenty of times before, but there was a difference between choosing to go it alone and having no alternative. Was a difference between choosing to go at it alone? I was going to have to fight alone forever. I was scared of confronting the truth. But I can't just cower forever, can I? I took a deep breath and steeled myself. Ha! This time, I leapt out in front of the invader. Annihilate all enemies.
Say when. Ready when you are. This should do it. Here we go. That's it. Got it. Ready when you are. Yeah. Say when. All right, good to go. There. My turn. Yeah. Got it. Here we go. Keep your guard up. I've got this. Take that! Ready when you are. One last stroke.
Oh, das ist doof, das sandt mich doch. Hätte ich vielleicht nicht machen sollen. Muss ich 2 Turns überleben.
Let's go.
Das hat 3 Waves sogar, what? I was already exhausted, even though I only killed off a few minions. I can't come back if I die out here. The lingering fear of death weighed heavily on my mind and body, but I couldn't afford to rest. I had to do whatever it took to get more points, not to mention. Invaders drawn by the sound of fighting were showing up one after another, and they were beginning to surround me. I prepared to face the next battle with scarcely any time to breathe between.
Ready when you are. There! Got it! Here we go! Take this! Alright, good to go. Takes more than that. Let's do this! Here we go! Time to use it. Ready when you are. There! Got it! I've got this. That's it! My turn! All right! Let's go!
Yes. Kriegt ja höchstens einen Schaden und wenn ist er auch über.
Ready when you are. Let's do this. I've got this.
Schlitz. No matter how many I kill, more just keep cropping up. Invaders kept streaming in until I was completely surrounded. There were mooks, but there were too many of them. My stamina was at its limit.
I wish I wasn't alone.
I needed to toughen up, but just telling myself that wasn't doing anything. For the first time, I truly felt how alone I was. At this rate, I'll die without anyone ever knowing. Just then,
I'll help you out, Takumi.
I heard a voice and turned around. Standing there was
Yugamu! Of course. Showing up uninvited but sorely needed. It's everybody's beloved Yugamu Omokage. What are you doing here? Were you trying to score some kills out here too? We can talk later. Let's take care of these things first. Our first joint effort.
There was something creepy about how he put it, but I was grateful for him in the moment. Our breath synced up, and we began to clean up the swarm of invaders.
Let's do this! Time for me to move. Let's get to the killing. I'll kill them all! Kill the rest for me. Let's go! Ready when you are. This should do it. I've got this. Hiya! Got it! Ready when you are. I've got this. Take this! All right, here we go. Let's go. Time to use it. Here we go. Good to go. Ha! Got it. Say when. Good to go. Gotta push it. Ready when you are. Oh, let's go. Let's do this. I've got this. Ready when you are. That's it.
Klar. Woof. Is that all of them? Seems so. I don't sense any trace of them. Well fought, Takumi. You were in quite a predicament, considering it's the first day. I couldn't believe it. I was shocked to see how they just kept coming. I was almost killed by a bunch of weaklings. Fighting truly isn't something to be done alone. Right, I didn't get to probably thank you, so you saved me, Yugamo. Thank you. If you hadn't run into me here, I might have been the first to be eliminated from the invader hunt. Oh, no need to thank me. It wasn't by coincidence that we met here. It wasn't? Yes, I've been following you all morning. You had no idea, did you? Tailing people is one of my specialties. Was he just joking to play off his embarrassment? No, that doesn't seem like what's going on here. He really was following me. Then it makes sense why he showed up at the perfect time to save me. But why? What was the point of following me? Oh, for the love of murder. Don't be so wary of me, Takumi. I'm not going to eat you, alright? Although you look pretty delicious to me. How could I not be wary of an assassin? Yugamo Omokage, the descendant of a family of assassins. I come right out and ask, why were you following me? I was figuring out my timing. I wanted to come gallantly to your rescue if you found yourself in trouble. Then I'd be able to show you how useful I am. Call it a courtship display. Why is everything you say so creepy? Well, that's the long and short of it. He muttered as he held out his right hand to me.
Takumi, would you team up with me?
He offered to form a team. It was all I ever wanted in my isolation, but why do you want to team up with someone everyone hates? Wouldn't you rather be with Nozomi or Kyoshika or the others? I don't do well in groups. Honestly, I'd rather enjoy my kills alone, but going in alone is too risky. So I thought buddying up with the odd man out would be just the thing. Is it really the only reason? It made sense, but it's hard to decipher his true intentions. I was sure he was planning something, given that he went out of his way to ask me after I'd been ostracized. But if I turned down his offer, I'd have to hunt alone forever. Well, will you join me or not? What do I do? Should I join team? Team up with Yugamo. Sure. Well, you're stuck with me for a while then. I shook Yagamo's hand. Whether he could be trusted was beside the point. I simply couldn't carry on like this all by myself for much longer. For now, I would team up with Yugamo. I'm so glad to see our hearts are in tune with each other, partner. Wanna try for the best couple award while we're at it? Don't think they're giving out awards here. Also, you and I are not a couple. Well, Yugamo and I were trading quips. We heard it. What was that? There was an ear-splitting sound and the earth shook. But it wasn't an earthquake. It felt more like... I sensed a torrential gush of overwhelming energy. Somebody with incredible power is present nearby. Don't tell me commanders are joining the hunt. That would be bad news. Just two of us wouldn't be enough to deal with a commander. A little bit of reconnaissance would go a long way right now. Tiptoe after me as quietly as you can manage, Takumi. Right. We cautiously made our way towards the source of the sound, hiding behind pieces of rubble along the way. And then...
Hey! You saw that, Mistress Hiriko? My 18th invader kill! How've you been treating them?
With the bloodiest brand of carnage only I can dish out. What else? Now save your breath for tearing them from limb to limb. Let those entrails fly! Let the bloodworks explode far and wide!
Oh, my Mistress Hiriko! Nobody goes wild as beautifully as you! Your rampaging form electrifies me! You're everything I long to become!
Those two are enjoying this way too much. They aren't hunting anymore, they're just straight up massacring every invader they see. It kills me to say this, but I'm afraid we must cede the best couple award to them. Something feels off though. Hiruko's always been strong, but when did Darumi get so powerful? She hadn't joined any defensive battles before this and should be woefully unfamiliar with combat. The euphoria of finally being able to take part in a killing game has likely unlocked the latent potential in a Himo Enema, making it bloom. That's an unconventional way to unlock latent potential. Why the gripe? Potential is logic defying by definition. Also, we should totally call it a day and head back home. They've likely already murdered all the invaders in this area anyway. Yeah, we earned enough points today. Let's go back and rest up for tomorrow. We made our way back and decided to drop by the leisure lounge before returning to our rooms. We checked the leaderboard. Die zeigen nur die Plätze und nicht wie viele die Leute gemacht haben. Shomalas, Kako, Ima, Tsubasa, Nozomi, Kyoshika, Takamaru, Moko, Yagumo, Tsakumi, Darumi, Hiruko.
Unsurprisingly, those two are in the top spots. I expect they'll be staying ahead of the pack for a long time to come. I'm in third place? Honestly, I thought I'd be much lower than that. Well, I did take out quite a number of invaders today, and I'm in fourth. If we keep this up, we won't fall to the bottom of the rankings in the first round, at least.
The first round of this game will last until day 35. However, whoever finishes last in each round will be executed. I decided I wouldn't keep tabs on where the others were placed. Ensuring my own survival was more important, and besides...
You're cursed! Do us all a favor and get out of here!
You're more than cursed! You're the Grim Reaper!
The blood of Lady Kurata is on your hands!
Sheesh, this whole slew of messed up shit speaks for itself. Not even I can help you out here. I shouldn't be letting the people ostracizing me live rent-free in my head anyway. What a day. The constant fighting and stress of possible death had strained my mind and body to the limits. I wanted to rest early to recover from the fatigue, but...
Hey!
Care to explain what you're doing in my room? It's just something buddies do, right? And that's what we are. Buddies, partners, bosom chums. It goes without saying we need to be joined at the hip. Join your own hips and get out of here. Come on, bud, humor me. Pretend we are brainstorming strategies for the rest of the hunt. How about that? This game's more of a marathon than a sprint, so we gotta come up with a long-term plan. Playing it by ear the whole time is bound to lead us to quick and easy deaths. He makes a very good point. Can't you at least make it clear whether you want to be discussing or discreet? Who would I be if I didn't dabble in a little bit of both? Call me a double dipper if that's what turns you on. In your dreams. After that, we spent several hours discussing strategies for surviving the killing game in the days to come. Ding dong bing bong. Bedtime already. Time flies when you're having so much fun. If you don't mind, Takumi, we can continue the rest of this conversation in bed. Of course I mind. It's about time you went to your own room. Oh, Takumi, throwing me out after our exciting intercourse without any pillow talk at all. How cold is your heart? Stone cold. Out now. After chasing Yugamu out of my room, I crawled into bed and closed my eyes. I had to grab every second of sleep I could to let my tired body recover, but... Give her back. Give Lady Kurata back to me. I swear, Lady Luck or Fortune or whatever the hell she's called turned out against her the moment you offed Eito. I will not be teaming up with you for this game. The words from this morning reverberated around my mind, preventing me from slipping into a restful slumber. How did it turn out like this? I came back in time to lead everyone toward a brighter future. So why am I being so despised? What I wouldn't give to return to those happy days. Let today's hunt begin. I trust you're ready, Takumi. Yes, ready when you are. On day 2 of the invader hunt, we went out to explore the city again, to earn points by hunting down any invaders we can find. Found some right off the bat. Check out that swarm of invaders at 2 o'clock. I turned in the direction Yogamu mentioned and found the invaders lurking behind a ruined building like he said. I don't think they'll notice us yet. Let's get closer and catch them by surprise. Put your pussy boots and slink behind me. Put on your pussy boots and slink behind me, Takumi. Sure. Yogamu had clearly adapted well to the rhythm of the game. He knew how to take quick and decisive action to earn points for our continued survival. I, on the other hand, my feelings had yet to catch up to the strange situation of me participating in a killing game with him as my teammate. What was I doing? Why did Yogamu propose a partnership in the first place? Was my life even worth living if I had to kick someone else down to do it? There were so many things on my mind, but... Come on, Takumi, time to sound death knell for them. I didn't have the luxury of time to think them through. Fighting to survive was the only thing I could afford to do now.
Time for me to move.
Mann, Yogamu ist so scheiße.
Say when. Let's go. This should do it. Let's do this. Got it. I've got this. All right.
Der hittet nicht beide damit, ne? Ah doch. Ja, dann.
Experiment time. Let's get to the killing. Such a beautiful death. I'm good to go. Say when. Ready when you are. Got it. I've got this. Take that! Here we go. Here. All right. I can't wait.
Ich glaube... Ja, ich chill. Behalt die Voltage lieber.
Let's get to the killing. Does this do it for you?
Did we get them all? It's too early to be celebrating. More enemies are waiting in the wings. Invaders approaching at 3 o'clock. Oh, they just keep coming. I prepared for the next battle with scarcely any time to breathe in between.
Time for me to move. Let's get to the killing. I've got this. My turn. Time to use it. Good to go. Take that! Got it! Let's do this! Ha! Here we go! Harder! Let's do this! Take this! All right, here we go! Good to go. Here. Got it. Ready when you are.
Zum Glück ist der schon so OP.
Gotta push it.
Der macht schon so viel Voltage, der Bruder. Oh, ich komme noch gar nicht dran. Feels bad.
That's it. All right. Ready when you are. There. Let's do this. Yeah. Ready when you are. Yeah. Got it.
Auch zwei. Er kann die beiden hier killen.
This hurts.
Das ist ja auch die letzte Wave. Kann ich eigentlich das hier machen.
One last strike.
Cheats. Fighting outside is tiring. My body resists me whenever I think about how death is permanent out here. You need to relax, Takumi. At this rate, you'll kill yourself first before the enemy has a chance. I don't get it. How are you so calm? You're not even perspiring. I wouldn't be much of a professional assassin if I'd let every other spot of good murdering get me down, would I? Hey, what's your secret? How do I kill the enemies efficiently while conserving as much stamina as possible? The secret is your heart. That is to say, your frame of mind. Get it in your head that the act of killing is nothing special at all. Nothing more than mundane work. Mundane work? Like hitting a nail with a hammer, like turning a screw with a screwdriver. Just dull, repetitive work to be repeated without much thought or physical strength. So basically, I psych myself into believing it's nothing? Does it really work? Anything more concrete? Like a better way to move my body or something? Your body movements are virtually perfect, Takumi. There's nothing to critique. So what's left is your mentality, right? Just give it a shot. You got nothing to lose. Pretend the act of killing's the most boring job in the world. Just dull, repetitive work. Despite my misgivings, I decided to try out Yugamo's suggestions. I crept up to an invader that happened to be meandering about nearby and launched a surprise attack. Without entertaining the fear that threatened to well up from within, I quietly lifted up my sword and brought it down nonchalantly. It was just work, something that had to be done. No need to think too much about it. I went after the next enemy as I repeated those thoughts to myself. Detach yourself. And it's just work. Detach yourself. Just work. Incredible performance, Takumi. It's like you've become another person. Yes, you have an aptitude for killing. I sensed at the moment I laid eyes on you. An aptitude for killing. Me? I think you need to get your eyes checked. It might sound strange coming from me, but I wasn't good at such things at all. I tended to miss the obvious and my reflexes were average at best. I don't have an aptitude for anything. Gifts show up in many different ways. Sometimes they manifest later in life. Later in life? You'll understand one day. I wasn't happy to be left hanging like that, but I knew he would just be evasive if I tried to press the matter, so I didn't. Anyway, we should focus on the hunt for now. Now that I seem to be getting my mind under control, I want to get used to the hunting at one go as well. Let's go look for the next group of enemies. I feel like I can take down another 50 before calling it a day. Nah, I think we should call it a day now. We've earned enough points. But I was just getting the hang of it. And that's when it gets dangerous. Everything in moderation, including assassinations. Besides, if we keep on hunting, we run into them sooner or later. You okay with that? Them. Just as I was wondering who Yugamo could be talking about. Over here. This will be our starting point for the hunt today. Don't fall behind, you losers. I heard a familiar voice coming from somewhere nearby. I quietly made my way toward the voice and peered out from behind some rubble. I feel like I'm starting to use my humor anima better. Not even a commander can stop me now. I think. Confidence is the name of the game, says the dearest. You and I both know nothing can stand in the way of our newly awakened powers and strengthened bonds. Don't start getting carried away, you two. Thinking you're invincible because you learned a thing or two, the best way to die on the battlefield. You little chicks can just stay behind my big strong pinions for now. I ain't gonna let you die on my watch. I'ma protect you out with my life in the name of Takamaru Yakushiji. They're hunting here too. Takamaru, Ima and Kako weren't the only ones. I could see Tsubasa, Nozomi and the others in the distance as well. Why does fighting invaders outside the academy seem so much more graphic? It's like I'm really killing something alive. And all that blood, so much blood. I feel... the feel of that invader I just took down still lingers on my hands. Tsubasa, are you okay? I can give you a back rub if it makes you feel better. I think a big one's coming. Why don't I bring any bath bags with me? Lady Tsubasa is about to start puking like a fountain in a fancy park. Is there anything you can give her in place of a bath bag? Alas, necessity knows no decorum. Lady Tsubasa, heave into my sheath bag if you must. Are you sure, Kyoshika? Isn't that the Holy Jumanji Sword's pajamas? The Holy Jumanji Sword is a party animal with a soft spot for the ladies. She'll understand. Now come, Lady Tsubasa, let it all out and hold nothing back. I'll be fine. I pushed everything down with sheer willpower. The roiling stopped. Sorry guys, I haven't been feeling well since this morning. You don't have to mind me. Go on and get more points for yourselves. You're not supposed to mention that, Tsubasa. Looking out for one another's what teammates do. No wrestler worth their salt abandons their tag partners to get ahead in the match. Loyalty above self. None shall be left behind. It is the way of the warrior. Takemaru was desperately trying to protect Ima and Kako, who weren't used to fighting. Nozomi and the others refused to abandon Tsubasa even though she was holding them back. They were watching out for each other like true friends. I used to enjoy that sort of relationship with them too. I could feel my strength rapidly leaving my body. That's right. I've been alienated. What I just saw only served to cement that fact. All those kind and comforting words would never be for me. You look like you're in a lot more pain now than when you were fighting the enemies. That confirms it. Your fatal flaw is that fragile mind of yours. I left the place quietly and made my way back to school, taking care not to be seen by the others. Taking back with me nothing but an armful of distressing thoughts and feelings. I got back to my room earlier than usual, but wasn't in the mood to do anything. Except lie upright on bed and stare long and hard at the ceiling. Ding dong bing bong. I suddenly realized it was already night. I knew I should be resting, but bad memories kept surfacing in my mind and pulling me back to wakefulness. Give her... Ja, wie oft wollen wir das noch sehen? Ja. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Like I'm being punished just for being alive. The pain of being despised was more excruciating than anything the killing game or defensive battles could inflict upon me. In the first 100 days, it wasn't a happy ending by any means, but at least everyone was my friend. We had barbecue, we set up a festival booth, we got testy with each other sometimes, but we always made up in the end. Our bonds became unbreakable. How do I repair our friendship? How? So I was agonizing over this matter. Is that Yugamu? Maybe you wanted to discuss our strategies for tomorrow's hunt. Although I honestly wasn't in the mood to talk, it wasn't like I could simply drive away the only friend I had right now. I got up slowly and ambled to the door. When I opened it, I saw... Hidoko. Good, I was just about to kick the door down. What are you doing here? Or rather, Are you sure you want to be seen here? I'm Jinx. Nothing good will come out of any association with me. Well, aren't you wallowing in self-pity today? Finally lost your mind after falling out of favor with everyone else? Including you, right? You think so? Yeah, I do. You didn't want to team up with me like all the others. I went through hell and back after you left me in the lurch. Those invaders chased me and surrounded me. I had no way out. They almost killed me. That wouldn't have happened if you hadn't turned me down. It wasn't Hiruko's fault that I'd almost been killed. I knew in my head that my heart refused to stop those angry words from spilling out my mouth. Hiruko said nothing in response to my irrational accusation at first. You're right, I could have handled that better yesterday. You were already crushed by everyone's unkind words and deeds. I should have been more considerate. So here's a token of reconciliation. Or reconciliation from me to you. She took out a box she had been holding on her arm and handed it to me. Token of reconciliation? Open it. I think you'll like what you see. I took the box and gingerly lifted the cover. Inside was... What? It was the dead body of a gigantic bee. Is this some sort of sick joke? No, wait, this bee. Isn't this one of the sponsor's bees? You killed it? I did. I took advantage of the chaos after Kurara was killed to secure one. As a research sample. What sort of research? You can't be this stupid. Research that will help us kill the sponsor and put an end to this travesty of a game. I was dumbfounded by how nonchalantly Hiruko talked about killing the sponsor. The sponsor's invincible. We can't kill them the way we are right now. We can, as long as we find a way to deal with the 2 weapons they wield. 2 weapons? The bee is the first. The other is a suit they're wearing. That spacesuit thing? Yes, I believe that suit is the source of the invincible power. She was right. We attacked the fellow with all our might, but didn't manage to even scratch the suit. The outfit clearly had some special power attached to it. How confident are you of finding something? My research on the suit is already in progress and I expect to discover its weakness in the very near future. Really? However, I am too deeply involved in researching the suit to spare time for anything else. I have not done anything about that bee or the identity of the sponsor yet. And you're bringing me on board to deal with the lack of manpower? Something like that. So, are you willing to join me in the quest to bring down the sponsor? If that were truly possible, I'd be more than happy to give her as much help as she needed. But there were some things that were bothering me. If you wanted my help, why did you turn me down yesterday when I asked to team up? Then you wouldn't have had to come over again today to do this. Where are your brains? I remember what my exact words were. I will not be teaming up with you for this game. Surely you understand the implication that I would be teaming up with you outside of the game instead. I'm sorry, I guess I couldn't see past that big bush you were beating around. You've been nothing but dismissive of me so far. When I was alienated, you didn't try to take my side. Just to be clear, this doesn't mean we trust you or anything. Yes, I do think I could have handled that better, but can you blame me? I was still trying to figure out if I could trust the person you are right now. The person I am right now? It sounded like there was a deeper meaning to her statement, but I decided this wasn't the time or place to pursue it. The Takumi Sumino that I know is essentially a good person. He cherishes his friends, has a strong sense of justice and possesses good leadership qualities. Someone worthy of my trust. However, you killed Eito on the night of day 2. A would-be traitor who had yet to do anything out of line. That created some doubts in me. I had to wonder if the Takumi I'm seeing right now is the Takumi I know. That is why I've been assessing you from a slight distance. To see whether the person you are right now, can be trusted. It was starting to make sense now. Like why she wanted to come with me to Second to Last Defense Academy when I went there. She wanted to use the opportunity to ascertain my humanity. Ascertain oder so, ne? Ascertain. We can chat later, let's be on our way, blah blah. We could find a definite answer to my question. Until that day, when the game sponsor appeared and fatally wounded Kurara. You were the first to attack the owl enemy in order to save her, with no care about what might happen to yourself. You were like a ray of light back then, and that's when I was convinced.
You are the Takumi I know. The same kind-hearted Takumi Samino, with the most disheveled and generic mug, who always puts his friends above himself.
My tears threatened to spill over despite myself. To think there was someone who still had so much faith in me after being called the Grim Reaper by everyone else. There, I said it. Now are you willing to work with me to bring down the sponsor? I'm not taking no for an answer. I wasn't as cold-hearted as to say no to someone who had just bared so much of their heart to me. However, you know I want nothing more than to do just that. But I'm already in a team with Yugamo. What should we do about him? He's welcome to join us. His knowledge in biology will be very helpful in analyzing the body of that being. He may not want to go against the sponsor though. When it comes to killing someone, he tends to err on the side of discretion. But bin ich doof oder was? Das Wort und deliberation. That's where your leadership ability come into play. Leader what? You have just been appointed the leader of the Anti-Sponsor Alliance. Hang on a minute, shouldn't the one who suggested the partnership in the first place be responsible for taking the lead in? You know I'm not the leader type. Barking orders is just not my kind of thing. Excuse me? You expect me to release you after all the tyranny you displayed in the previous 100 days? I leave the convincing to you, leader. The Anti-Sponsor Alliance will turn this situation around. Defeating the invincible sponsor of this game. It sounded impossible, but being told we could do this by Yuruko of all people, somehow it felt like we really could. Maybe the others would have a better opinion of me if I played a part in taking down the sponsor. Maybe we could become friends again. I fell asleep clinging to that small ray of hope that had lighted up in my heart. Save your progress. Alter, wie lang die Tage auch sind. An alliance? Sure, sign me up. Yugamo agreed to join the Anti-Sponsor Alliance so readily I almost felt disappointed. That's it? You're not gonna think about it a little more? You're going up against someone virtually invincible, you know? It's a risky gamble that may very well be our own deaths. The same amount of risk you're facing if you continue playing this game, right? We may not end up in last place during the first round, but what about the second? What about the third, the fourth, and so on? We'd be completely worn out by then. Would we be able to drive away any commanders who chose to launch an attack during that time? Either way, our strength will slowly be sapped away. Exactly. None of the others have noticed yet, but we are standing at the crossroads of destiny right now. Either we break free of the situation, either by defeating the sponsor, or get slowly tortured to death as the game drags on. So you can imagine how grateful I am to Yuruko for taking the lead in revolting against the status quo. The thing is, his expression darkened. I have one major cause of concern with this alliance. What's that? Hiruko's current teammate, Darumi. She's made no secret of how much she loves killing games. Hard to believe she'd be sympathetic to our quest to put an end to this game. You know what I mean? I'm sure Hiruko will find a clever way to hide it from her, or something. She said as much last night. But what does Harumi think about this plan? Killing the sponsor to end the game, she may get mad because she loves her killing games so much. And keeping it a secret from her. She's merely my in-game partner, that's all. I was never going to let her join the Anti-Sponsor Alliance. Incomprehensible. Why even bother teaming up with her in the first place? I'm sure she has her reasons. That she won't reveal even if we pressed. Ah yes, femme fatale. Thy name is Hiruko. Not that I approve of allies keeping secrets from each other. You speak for yourself. Point taken. We'll put Tarumi on the back burner for now. So what exactly are we expected to do? Good question. Our top priority is to earn as many points as possible. The plan immediately falls apart if anyone in the alliance gets executed in the first round. Stay in a rank that safeguards you from that outcome. Understood. Safety first. Basically focus on the hunt in the morning and anti-sponsor alliance activities in the afternoon. Your role in the alliance is... I want the anatomy and abilities of this bee to be thoroughly analyzed. This will primarily be Yugamo's job since he's so good at dissection. Good? You mean fabulous. I'm dying to get my hands on those bee remains already. By the way, what's your role? Takumi, I want you to investigate the identity of the sponsor. Focus on whether they're an invader or not. Ich dachte, nee, die macht den Suit, okay. How exactly am I going to do that? Look up books in a library or something? Horses for courses and all that jazz, right? Best person to ask about invaders would be an invader herself. So Eva then. Yeah, Hiruko passed me the key of the cage in the courtyard and said she'll leave the interrogation to me. You think she'll be cooperative? He's a former commander we captured and imprisoned. I doubt she'll betray her companions so easily. I know, let me tag along. I'm quite the killer torturer if I do say so myself. No, you stay far, far away from her and wipe the drool off your face. It wasn't easy for me to build some semblance of a friendly relationship with Eva, and I wasn't about to let this lunatic flush that down the proverbial toilet. Acknowledged. I'll follow Hiruko's general direction as instructed. That means going out there to earn some invader points right now. You ready, Takumi? Yeah, ready when you are. We took out our weapons and went around attacking the invaders loitering in the ruins. I applied Yugamo's advice from yesterday about treating the killings as mundane work. Lifted up my sword quietly and bringing it down nonchalantly. It's just work, I kept repeating to myself in my head. Detach yourself. It's just work. Detach yourself. It's just work. No, that sponsor isn't one of us. When I asked Eva about the sponsor's identity, she flatly rejected the possibility of them being an invader. Absolutely impossible. I can stake my life on it. You must have solid proof to be so sure. The proof is in the strangeness of their abilities. If they were truly one of our ilk, they wouldn't be using blood-sucking bees to fight. What do you mean? Bees are taboo in your religion or something? Not the bee, the blood-sucking. The absorption of divine blood is strictly prohibited in our commandments. Divine blood, meaning the crypto goblin running in our veins? Absorbing crypto goblin was prohibited. That reminded me of something similar I had heard during my previous 100 days. Hemo Enema, or crypto goblin was it? Absorbing crypto goblin is a taboo of the highest order. Which proved that the sponsor of this game couldn't have been an invader, since they absorbed Kurada's... Hi Toxi, alles frisch? Since they absorbed Kurada's crypto goblin. First of all, if the host were one of us, why would they organize a game to hunt down their own kind? Yeah, good point. It didn't make sense for an invader to urge the enemy to hunt down other invaders. Jetzt mehr oder weniger, das ist doch... Solange es mehr ist und weniger. However, this does complicate matters. If the sponsor was neither special defense unit nor school invader, did that mean they were an unknown third party? By the way, Takumi, if you don't mind me asking, Eva suddenly changed the subject. Remember that favor I asked you the other day? Did you bring it for me? Bring what? You know, my mask. You promised me to return it to me. Right, she did ask me for a mask a while back. Please return my mask to me. Your mask? The mask I was wearing on the battlefield. My people highly value our masks. We consider them as part of us. The mask was really important to her, as much as I'd like to give it back to her right now. Sorry, Eva, I'm going to have to go back on that promise. We'll have to bear your face for a little while longer. Why? Why are you being mean? Why are you being so mean to me? She grabbed hold of the cage bars as she protested, tears welling up in her eyes. Exposing our plain faces is an embarrassment. Is as embarrassing as walking around outside without clothing. Do you enjoy humiliating me so much? This is prisoner abuse. Wait, calm down. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's just the timing's not right. What do you mean the timing's not right? The mask is a symbol of your identity as a commander, right? Wearing it will make everyone realize that you're also target of the invader hunt. As a commander, Eva was most likely one of the targets of this game. Her death would likely result in a lot of points. If anyone realized that, she was bound to be murdered sooner or later. I can't give you back your mask in order to keep you safe, that's all. Und selbst so, ja. Schon eher gut. I can't give you back your mask in order to keep you safe, that's all. I can protect myself. I'm not known as a hero among my people for nothing. But you can't use any of your powers when you're inside this prison. You'd be like a sitting duck. But, look, you have to just accept it. I'm not about to sit around and watch you get killed. You're not getting your mask back, no matter what. Eva looked entirely unconvinced and it seemed like she was about to protest again, but this is awful. She sighed deeply in what sounded like resignation to me. Hey, cheer up. Once the game is over, you can have your mask back, okay? A maskless life isn't that bad once in a while, see? No risk of heat damage for your face. Haha. Oh, I'm very sorry. She ignored my encouragement and apologies in favor of glaring at me through her half-lidded eyes.
You're so useless. Can't even fetch a simple mask for me?
I thought I'd been imagining things. Did she just whisper something really out of character for her? Eva, sorry, can you repeat that again? Did I hear you calling me useless? Do you have a problem with me speaking the truth now? I can go on, you know.
Takumi's a gibbering idiot, the enemy of all maidenkind, downright pervert. I'll sue you for prisoner abuse one day.
Eva had done a complete about face. What the fuck does it even mean? What could have transformed that sweet, docile lady from just now into this sharp-tongued twitch? Oh. I'm guessing these are your true colors, huh? Yes, I'm done playing nice. I know I won't be getting anything out of you. This is the pits of the pits. After all that hard work, I didn't even get to see a glimpse of her mask. Why don't you just give it back already? The shock of not being able to get her mask back made Eva burst into tears. She had been putting on an act all this time. I was astonished by that fact and annoyed by her hurtful accusations, but... Hold on, what am I supposed to do now? I couldn't muster up the anger to chide her as she wept sadly. She was likely mentally strained from the stress of being held in the middle of an enemy stronghold. No wonder everyone hates me. I quietly left the courtyard so as not to agitate Eva any further. After that, I returned to my room and organized the information I'd gotten out of Eva in a notebook. And then, once night fell. Ding dong bing bong. The bedtime announcement played. By rights, we should all be turning off the lights and jumping into bed right now, but the Alliance meeting shall now begin. We'll take turns to share our findings of the day with each other. It had been decided that the anti-sponsor alliance would be holding nightly meetings in my room to exchange information starting from tonight. You start first, Takumi. Learned anything new about the identity of the sponsor? Yes, according to what Eva told me, I shared the results of the investigation with everyone. About how the bee could not have been a weapon of an invader, that blood sucking was taboo to the invaders, so the sponsor couldn't have been one since they sucked Kurara's blood. In conclusion, it's quite likely the sponsor is an unknown third party unrelated to us or the school invaders. That's all from me. You're already having enough trouble with the invaders and now there's this third party. This is highly displeasing. Be that as it may, I must commend you for a job well done. That was remarkable work for a person of your intelligence. Thanks, but can I get something other than a backhanded compliment once in a while? I'll work on it if I feel like it. That's a no. Allow me to go next. After dismembering the dead bee and investigating its anatomy, I made several discoveries. First of all, the bee was modeled after a type of parasitic wasp. A horrible species that parasitizes the body of butterfly larvae and feeds off their innards. Basically, that bee was simply a scaled-up version of a parasitic wasp. There's just one major difference between the bee and an actual parasitic wasp. Bees and hornets usually use their stingers to inject poison into an enemy body. This giant bee, however, uses it to suck stuff out. Like a blood collecting device of sorts. It works more like a mosquito stinger. You all saw the bee use it to suck the blood out of Kurara. Yes, and she was drained in a few seconds, a testament to the strength of its suction. But it does bring up another question. The body of the bee has nowhere to store the blood. It sucks. So where did Kurara's blood disappear to? Maybe it was warped to another place instantly? It's likely that's what's happening. Maybe it's designed to transfer all the nutrients it sucks up into the sponsor's stomach. In other words, the sponsor's using the bee to consume Crypto Goblin? Just a hypothesis. If that turned out to be true, it would mean the sponsor absorbed Kurara's blood. The thought of my friend's blood being used as food sparked an intense rage within me. And that's all I've got. Let's hear what Hiruko has to say now. Any progress on the suit the sponsor's wearing? Yes, I'd venture to say there's been some major progress, much more than I initially expected. I may be able to get my hands on a spare suit worn by the sponsor in the very near future. There's a spare suit. Yes, and I've almost pinpointed its location. All that's left is to refine the coordinates. Hiruko's previously said that the sponsor's invincibility came from that suit. If we could secure something similar, wouldn't that make us invincible as well? Where is the spare? We can look for it together. No, that won't work. I'll search for it myself. Why? 3 sets of eyes are faster than 1, right? Because I'm the only one who can find that place. Something terrible beyond all imagination may happen if someone other than me discovered it. So don't even try, understand? Her assertive tone made it clear that there would be no further discussion on the matter. Something that could cause the usually placed Hiruko to get so worked up had to be extraordinary. Okay, I respect your wishes even if you don't understand them. If I don't understand them. It's for the best. Moving on, what's the plan for tomorrow and beyond? I need you two to continue your research. You're having a dire lack of good information right now. Don't forget to keep earning points in the game as well. Stay in 6th place or higher. Also, avoid situations that may end up with you dying to mere minions. As usual, we're going with safety first. If you accidentally die, I'll bring you back to life and kill you myself, Takumi. Why only me? Because if anyone will screw up, it's you. I'll be fine. Yugamu's with me and I'm not that bad of a fighter myself. You should be watching out for yourself. You were the first to die last time. Please, are you talking to me? You're much stronger than the Hiruko you knew. Darumi and I can take out a commander or two by ourselves. Darumi, huh? Yugamu's expression darkened at that. Hiruko, I just don't get it. Why would you team up with Darumi, of all people? I'll be brutally honest. The fact that you're a team doesn't sit right with me. She loves her killing games. I can't imagine she won't at least try to sabotage our work if she ever finds out about it. Rest assured that she'll never find out. She's just my in-game partner, nothing more, nothing less. I'm talking about the what-ifs right now. You can't guarantee that it won't happen. You really ought to dissolve your partnership with her. No, I'm not letting her out of my sight. She has an important role to play as well. Which is? I can't tell you. Why not? Shouldn't allies share as much information with each other as possible? Yugamu continued to question Hiruko about her reason for teaming up with Darumi, but she kept quiet throughout. The alliance meeting ended up on a slightly sour note because of that. It had been 4 days since the last game started and I had gotten used to fighting outside the academy. I would wander around town quietly in search of invaders and strike them down using as little energy as possible. Detach yourself. Just work. Yeah. Take their lives. Detach yourself. Nice, seems like I'm in pretty good form today. I doubted I would end up in last place in the first round if I kept this up, but ensuring my survival alone wasn't enough to put me at ease. The ultimate goal of the anti-sponsor alliance was to put an end to this game by killing the sponsor. But what was the sponsor hoping to achieve by making us do this? I couldn't get that one thought out of my mind as I cut down one invader after another. In a way, the sponsor and Syria are similar. Both are trying to make us fight against invaders. Except Syria never ordered us to fight outside the academy. He always insisted we fought on the academy grounds. Kann ich dir eine hypothetische Frage stellen von... Klar, kannst du machen. On the other hand, the rules laid down by the sponsor basically forbade us from doing so. They were designed to make us fight outside. Why was the sponsor so determined to make us fight out here? Did they not want us to use... Did they not want us using the Revival-Medic? Dying outside meant our dead bodies couldn't be revived, aber dann kriegen die auch das Blut nicht. So weird. Was that the sponsor's objective? To ensure that anyone who died would stay dead? Hey Takumi, when did your hands go on vacation? Was jolted back to reality by Yugamo's teething. Sorry, just thinking about something. It's dangerous to think and kill at the same time. There's a fine line between familiarity and carelessness. Keep your mind on the hunt for now. Don't forget that Hiruko warned you last night about getting killed. You're right, sorry about that. I've refocused my mind on the task at hand. With my sword in hand, my mind clear, I resumed the work of hunting down invaders. Yugamu and I then spent the better part of that morning killing together. We returned to the academy a little past noon and immediately made our way to the leisure lounge. Moko's Dritter. There we checked the latest ranks. Shoma still last, Imankako still danach, Takemaru, Nozomi, Kyoshika, Yugamu, Tsubasa. Tsubasa ist über Yugamu? Dang, die ist ja richtig am Ausrasten. Moko ist über mir.
I'm in 4th place, and Yugamu's in 6th.
Our positions had slipped from first day, but we were still within the top bracket. Since it was already the 4th day, it was unlikely we would tumble all the way to the bottom this round unless something catastrophic happened.
Shoma's currently in last place.
I had told myself not to look at the other positions, but my eyes naturally drifted to the last spot. Speaking of leaderboard positions.
Tsubasa's is surprisingly high.
She was clearly holding her teammates back yesterday. You don't have to mind me. Go on and get more points for yourselves. Tsubasa, you promised not to say that anymore. Ja. She's likely benefiting from the point sharing system. What point sharing system? Okay. Was kann ich dagegen tun, dass meine Viewer immer nach Füßen betteln? Mein Chat hat von alleine beschlossen, immer das Thema zu eröffnen. Es stört mich nicht wirklich, aber finde es schon weird, dass es der ganze Chat diese... Willst du, dass die das aufhören oder willst du das irgendwie ausnutzen? Weil dann würde ich das irgendwie, weiß ich nicht, eine Redemption machen oder sowas. Oder der Sub-Alert irgendwie was ist. Das musst du ausnutzen, dass sie das wollen. Ja, wenn ihr das nicht stört, würde ich das ausnutzen. What? You haven't noticed? There's a way to earn points in this game without killing any invaders yourself. Yugamo took out a notepad and started drawing some sort of diagram on it. Right, thanks. Let's say, for example, a 10-point enemy appears in front of you. You kill that enemy by yourself, you gain 10 whole points. But if I help you in the fight, I gain a percentage of those 10 points. Could be a 50-50 or 80-20 split depending on the situation. It all hinges on how much each person contributes to the fight. Simply joining the fight earns you at least 10% of the points. Tsubasa's Himo Enema is very versatile, and so I'm sure she's earning points by supporting the others. So every member of the team gets some credit as long as they work together, like in sports. A strange but fitting comparison. Weaker players earn points by focusing their efforts on supporting others. Stronger players can support by offering to share points with those who do. This game may not be about pure combat prowess, but how well we work together. We're being tested on our teamwork. In a killing game usually pits participants against each other, but the rules for this one clearly lend itself to fostering teamwork. Had this been implemented to adjust the difficulty of the game to our level, or did the sponsor have some ulterior motive? Das ist schon kinda fucking weird. I returned to my room, unable to squash the indescribable wave of nausea threatening to bowl me over. What should I do this afternoon? I was in my room trying to figure out what to do in the time I had before the nightly meetings. My role in the anti-sponsor alliance was to find out the identity of the sponsor, but it's not as easy as it sounds. I felt like I needed a clear direction, like where I was supposed to even start. Only had a hint of sorts to help me get the ball rolling. I suppose I'll just have to ask around? Asking around for information would be the best way to find clues that might shed more light on the matter. Asking around, yes, that's what I'll be doing today. The others would surely be shocked to see the most unpopular guy in school right now approaching them out of the blue. But I can't just hold up in my room all day without at least trying something. I steeled myself before dash out of the room. Oh, wo ist die? Takumi. Tsubasa lowered her eyes awkwardly when I called out to her. I'm sorry for abandoning you the other day. Did everything turn out alright after that? Yeah, I managed to walk away with my life somehow. Yugamo and I are a team now. I'm glad you're safe. I don't want to see any more of my friends dying. So that means Shoma's in trouble for the first round, huh? Why? He's not taking part in the game at all. Hakamoto's been pulling out all the stops to invite him, but he refuses to even leave his room. I see, Shoma's probably going to be the first to die if things continue like this. But we could save him if we took down the sponsor before that happened. Tsubasa, do you happen to know anything about the sponsor? I'm trying to find out their true identity. That's a question I'd like to answer myself. Where did they show up and make us take part in this killing game? None of it makes any sense. Info about the sponsor's identity? Oh my, are you investigating that too? Too, as in you're also looking into this? You bet, I even tried to film a day in the life documentary of the sponsor some time ago. Day in the life? First I made a camera with the Gift-O-Matic, then I tailed the sponsor around for 24 hours. That way, if they ever revealed their face during that time, we'd catch it on film, right? And did you? Oh, I wish. They cling to that spacesuit like it was the championship belt itself. How is it possible to carry out any sort of daily routine with that suit on? What about food? Oh, the sponsor doesn't eat. Doesn't eat. Yeah, I never saw them eat or sleep even once. Just kept buzzing out orders to their B underlings day in, day out. The sponsor can stay active for 24 hours without any food or sleep. Sounds like a roboter, ne? It sounded unbelievable to me, but Moko wasn't entitled to tell tall tales. We're dealing with a real main event headliner here. Better be ready for a Royal Rumble if you're trying to unveil their real identity. Hey Takamaru, can I have a minute? I'm gathering information about the sponsor right now and... Sorry man, I ain't got nothing to say to ya. You're just bad luck these days. Everything you touch turns to ashes. Bad luck, huh? Just part of being the school jinx, I guess. Oh mein Gott, die... Gib ihr doch die Maske! He was locked inside. What should I do with her? He was in her cell, looking as dejected as I'd left her. She was clearly still aghast at not being able to get her mask back. Do not speak to me as if we're friends. I will never, ever forgive you for sending Lady Kurara to her dismal death. Be gone, accursed Dream Reaper, and give Lady Kurara back to me. Calm down, Kyoshika. I'm sorry, Takumi, but Kyoshika's still very angry about what happened, so... I knew I wasn't popular, but actually having such vitriol spewed directly in my face was a sobering experience. This is bliss. Whoa, who just shouted? This I, Darumi, and I'm shouting because this is the happiest I've ever been. Killing game, check. Mrs. Hiruko, lapdog, check. Killing and killing and killing every day and night, check, check and check. I'm Mrs. Hiruko's loyal lapdog in a killing game. What else does a person need to be happy in life? Just thinking about how I'm gonna wring the innards out of those invaders tomorrow releases so many endorphins into my brain, I might just pass out from sheer pleasure. Darumi was enjoying the current situation with every fiber of her being. I still couldn't understand why Hiruko would team up with someone like that. Okay, I've collected quite a bit of information. I learned a lot and was glad I mustered up the courage to talk to everyone. After putting the information down in a notebook, I prepared for the nightly meeting. Ding dong bing bong! For the Anti-Sponsor Alliance, the bedtime announcement was now a call to action instead of a reminder to rest. A sign for us to gather and report on the day's findings. So now we know it's highly possible the sponsor doesn't eat or sleep and still manages to be so powerful. They should just quit sponsoring killing games and go make a killing in the business world instead. Who wouldn't be impressed by a corporate soldier who can work all day and night? This is neither the time nor the place to be joking around. It's precisely the time and place to be funny. Morbid humor is the best way to deal with morbid situations. That's just how strong the enemy we're up against is. Right, Hiroko? Your sponsor person is an enigma. Stays active for 24 hours without any sort of nutritional replenishment. Are we dealing with a robot? We can't rule out that possibility considering what little we know of their identity. Wissen wir, dass in der Route Nico tot ist? Be that as it may, I must commend you for a job well done. That was remarkable work for a person of your intelligence. Thanks, but can we get something on? Wieso? Ja, sagt ihr alle das Gleiche. Was that a joke? It must be. Your entire existence is one. Well, aren't you something yourself? Allow me to share my additional findings on the bee anatomy next. I got down to business today by dismembering the bee to its smallest parts. Some interesting truths were uncovered as a result. Despite a tough and grandiose appearance, it doesn't quite have the hardiness to match. The joints snap out of place if you even look at them wrong, and the stinger comes off without much effort as well. It's as fragile as life itself. But it can't be so weak. These bees killed Kurara like it was nothing. Their bodies were likely enhanced by some supernatural means when they were still alive. Supernatural. In other words, hemo-enema. The ability to move around without needing to eat or rest. Hemo Anima Enhanced Bees. The more we try to pry into the sponsor's business, the more of their uncanny strength we seem to discover. But none of these proved that the sponsor himself was impossible to defeat. We could just find a way to get them out of that invincibility suit. Last but not least, let's hear what Hiruko has to tell us. Did you find the spare suit you talked about? Yes, I pinpointed the location yesterday. If all goes well, I should be able to get my hands on the suit by tomorrow. Really? I honestly wasn't expecting to find it so soon either. Once we actually have it, uncovering a weakness or two should be trivial work. Unfortunately for the sponsor, the invader hunt is about to draw to a premature close. An end to this abominable invader hunt seemed like a dream, but Hiruko seemed confident the odds were in our favor. Anything we can do to help you secure the spare suit? Quite a lot. In fact, I'd venture to say I couldn't possibly recover the suit without your help. The suit is located somewhere to the south of this campus. Actually, getting the suit is going to be the easy part. The thing is, if the bees flying around find out what we're doing, all our efforts will go down a drain. Because then the sponsor would realize what we're up to. That's why we are going to need a little bit of creative prep work to hoodwink those roaming bees. With that preface, Hiruko shared with us a brief outline of a plan. Operation commences at 7 AM tomorrow. The three of us here, plus Darumi, will head south in the direction of town. Once we are somewhere in the vicinity of this area, we'll start hunting down invaders. As we do, we'll destroy the ruins around there in the flashiest way possible, kicking up as much dust and ash as we can. I'll use the sudden drop in visibility as camouflage to secretly move to the place with the spare suit without being discovered by the bees. We'll meet up once I find the suit and rush back to school to examine it until we can discover its weaknesses. After we ascertain a way to destroy the invincibility suit, a showdown time with the sponsor. Hiruko's plan was simple but bold. She would absolutely end everything tomorrow if circumstances allowed. Both the invader hunt and the sponsor themselves. Will you help me, Takumi and Yugamu? An earnest plea for help from Hiruko without her usual barbs was a straight yes from me. I nodded vigorously. Of course I'll help. Let's get that suit and bring down the sponsor together. I'm against this plan. I won't be joining it. What's gotten into you, Yugamu? Is there something wrong with the plan? Nothing wrong with the plan per se. What's wrong is one of the participants. Hiruko, why are you letting Darumi join the operation tomorrow? You've been insisting all this time she's nothing but your in-game partner, not a member of the anti-sponsor alliance. She's very strong. She'll be useful in combat. That's nice, but what guarantees there she won't turn around and slit our throats after learning of the plan? She lives and breathes killing games. I can already picture her lunging at us in unrestrained anger when she finds out we're trying to put a stop to her beloved game. You're overthinking this. She'll be too engrossed in the game to even notice what we're doing. That's my point, see? It's counterproductive to let someone so engrossed in killing games into our confidence. I disagree. I'm bringing her along tomorrow, by hook or by crook. I have my reasons. Oh, such as? The discussion was leading nowhere. How to spoon? Was? Habe ich was überlesen? What do you mean? The discussion was leading nowhere. Neither Hiruko nor Yugamu seemed willing to compromise. Tomorrow's operation would be aborted if we didn't find a way to break the stalemate. I had to do something, oder habe ich das gesagt? Okay. I'm afraid I have to take Yugamu's side this time, Hiruko. You're putting our lives on the line tomorrow. Yet at the same time, you're trying to involve someone outside of the Alliance. You can't blame us for feeling hesitant. Even you think so. She averted her eyes up and bit on her lips. Fine, I won't ask you to help anymore. I'll get the suit myself. Hold on, I'm not finding fault with you or anything. I reached out quickly and grabbed Hiruko's hand before she could leave the room. We understand you have secrets you can't fully share with us, and we know you have your reasons. But can't you at least tell us something? It has to be something out of the ordinary, right? You're not the type to insist on doing things your way for mere selfish reasons. And how are you so sure I'm not? Because you trust me, so I trust you too. It was Hiruko who trusted me and brought me out when everyone else was shunning me and calling me a jinx. If she needed help, I wanted to do everything in my power to help her. I quietly pleaded with Hiruko while intently staring at her in the eyes, praying hard that she could trust and lean on me. And then it was a sigh of resignation. The trouble with your generic face is how it completely disarms me when you're spouting the occasional hero-like rhetoric. Very well. We'll have full explanation why I must bring Darumi along. Really? Yes, but not here, outside. I'll be waiting for you on the roof. I'm alone. With that, she exited the room, but her wanting to meet with me alone would mean... Oh, for the Lord of Murder. I'm the outcast now, eh? I don't mind. Go ahead, Takumi. I'll be right here, keeping your bed warm for you until you return. Yeah, thanks. I'll be right back after I hear what she has to say. Also, don't touch my bed. No promises. Please promise. Alles gut. Alles gut. I left Yugamu behind in my room and went out to the roof. Hiruko. I didn't see Hiruko on the roof, even though she said she'd waiting for me here. Unless she went back to her room? Over here, Takumi. I turned toward the voice and saw Hiruko seated on the ledge. She was staring intently at something. I followed her gaze and... there was an artificial satellite floating in the sky.
Do you long to see the people living there again?
The question was sudden and unexpected.
Of course I do. That's what I'm fighting so hard for.
Yes, you would be right. We're all fighting here because there are people we want to see again. We'll be able to go back to them after this war ends. That's what motivates us to keep going. In other words, that's why we're so determined not to die here. However, Darumi has none of that. She's got nowhere to return to.
Nowhere? Surely she has family who can take her in.
Not all families are worth going back to. Not that I expect you to understand.
She was right, I didn't understand. How could I? It was my cherished dream to be surrounded by my parents and Karua at the dinner table again someday.
Takumi, do you know why Darumi is so enamored with killing games?
No.
It's very simple. She grew up in an environment that was like a killing game in itself. If she'd let her guard down, even for a brief moment, she'd be abused by her parents or teachers. Punishment awaited her at every turn for no reason other than the adults in her life having a bad day. None of the grown-ups who were supposed to be looking out for her reached out to help in her time of need. You see? Just like a killing game, right?
I had an inkling that Darumi may not have come from the best of family environments, but I had no idea it was that bad. I'm not surprised. Teaching off someone else without ever giving anything back and abusing them on top of that sounds like my scumbag brother. Right, just like how he ignored all the eviction notices and restraining orders and doubled down on the violence. Dad goes to see the horse race on Sunday afternoons and beats me when he loses his bets. He wasn't kidding about that.
And when you go through life living like that, you can't help but wonder, why only me?
Yeah, that's understandable.
Why am I the only one suffering like this? Why can't everyone suffer together with me? Young and old, male and female. We should all suffer together. Use up our lives, our very existences, to entertain ourselves through misery. That's why she loves her killing game so much. It's the closest thing to her ideal world she can find.
So she was being dead serious when she talked about wanting to start a killing game.
Dead and buried 6 feet underground. She would have given her life for it.
What sort of mentality could drive a person to be this desperate for a killing game to begin?
Her wish to see the whole world turn into a killing game was never going to come true under normal circumstances. But as fate decreed, that wish somehow actually did come true.
When the sponsor showed up. The sponsor of the killing game suddenly appeared in mid-air one day. Narumi must have felt like her childhood dream was finally coming true.
She's on cloud 9 right now, living out a dream that once seemed impossible to achieve. And she intends to die in it, after playing to her heart's content.
Die? Even though her dream finally came true?
Exactly. Now that her dream has come true, she has nothing to live for anymore.
She didn't look like someone who wanted to die, though. The few times I've seen her outside the academy.
In fact, you guys were slaughtering the school invaders together quite enthusiastically. Someone who fought with such vent and abandon in a situation where there was no coming back from death couldn't exactly be mentally sound now, could they? She was right. Someone with normal sensitivities would be a lot more cautious about this.
Without me keeping a close eye on her, she'll be running headlong into the largest group of invaders she can find. If I don't keep forcing her to return together, she'll keep on fighting, even past her limits. Even after returning, she always wants to go right back out to continue the hunt. It's not easy for me to keep pulling her back. She's basically committing slow suicide. I can't take my eyes off her for a minute.
Is that why you're so insistent on bringing her along for tomorrow's operation?
I just don't want to leave her alone to her own devices. A short while's fine, but I get the feeling we may be taking a while tomorrow. I have to take her along, if I don't want to come back to a dead Darumi. This whole plan would be pointless if even one person dies.
I was completely dumbfounded. Hideko was serious about saving everybody's lives. But then again, Hideko had always been like that, even last time. My primary goal here is to win the war. There's nothing I won't do for the sake of victory. But it's not enough for us to defeat the invaders. All of us have to survive as well. That's what victory means to me. She would ensure no one got left behind by snatching them from the jaws of death, even if it meant taking their place. Her tenacity in this aspect had saved me, and was now saving Darumi. My body trembled involuntarily when I realized the depth of Hideko's determination. I had to admit it. She was a real hero here. I feel bad for Darumi, but this game needs to end. The sooner the better. She's never going to come to her senses unless she first wakes up from this sham of a dream. I'm begging you here, Takumi. Help me tomorrow. Yeah, of course. How could I possibly turn down a request from this awesome hero standing before me? I convinced Yugamu to help as well. I can't believe he'll turn us down after I explain the situation to him. The four of us will rampage through the town together tomorrow and put an end to the invader hunt. We both stretched out our hands spontaneously and exchanged. We both stretched out a hand spontaneously and exchanged a firm and solemn handshake. The only thing going through my mind at this time was what I could do to protect Hiroko's kind-hearted resolve. We would work together to defeat the sponsor, and then let's all get the best day 100 together. But I was too naive. Kind-heartedness was no place on the battlefield, because it was Hiruko's kind-heartedness that led her to end up like that. Spoiler!
Hiruko!
She was lying on the ground with blood pouring out of her back. This is a mortal wound. There is no way she can recover from this. The attacker, if I remember correctly, is the...
Squad 3 Commander!
What is the commander doing here? Why is Hiruko lying in a pool of her own blood? Was she defeated by that commander? Nothing was making sense. My mind was in a state of confusion.
How did this happen?
Our plan had been proceeding smoothly. We set off early, reached the part of town south of the school and started doing battle. Using the flashiest skills we had in our arsenal, we hunted down every invader in the area. This was to draw the flying bees' attention to us. Sometime after the battle began, Hiruko secretly left the area like she had planned in order to secure the spare suit. The bees were struggling to count the points Yugamo and I were racking up and didn't seem to have noticed her sudden absence. It felt like the plan was actually going to work. All we had to do was wait for Hiruko to return with the suit that would lead us to victory, but then something unexpected happened. I took my eyes off Darumi, who had been fighting with us for only a short while, and she vanished in that moment. She probably got overly excited and decided to expand her hunting territory. I panicked. Hiruko would be heartbroken if anything happened to Darumi. I ran around the vicinity in a desperate attempt to locate her, all the while imploring her in my heart to not do anything reckless that might end up making Hiruko sad. I was praying hard for her safety. And just as I'd finally caught sight of Darumi on the other side of some rubble, the unthinkable happened. I couldn't make head or tail of the scene, no matter how long or hard I stared at it.
Why? Why? Why is this happening? Get a hold of yourself, Takumi.
I snapped back to my senses as Yugamo was yelling. Yugamo, Hiruko's down, most likely by a commander. Yugamo's face twisted into a hateful scowl when he turned to look at the commander. That's why I didn't want Darumi to come along. He's too high profile in a lot of ways. You can't blame the enemy for zeroing in on such an attention-grabbing target on the battlefield. I'd wager the commander attacked Darumi first in this case. And when Hiruko tried to help her, the commander attacked Darumi as she was rampaging around. And when Hiruko tried to help her, she got struck down instead. What do we do now? How can we save them both? Run away, that's what. The operation failed. But we can't just abandon them. There's nothing we can do to turn the tide of this battle. Especially not against the commander. We need to survive this so we can carry on Hiruko's will. Yugamo's decision was sound. The best outcome we could hope for right now was to avoid all of us dying. But did I really want that? What was the point of surviving if I had to abandon a friend to do it? Abandon Hiruko and Darumi to escape and wait for another chance? Or jump in to save them without caring about the consequences? Save Darumi? I'm going to save those two. You'd better get out of here before the commander notices you. Don't be crazy, Takumi. You won't accomplish anything by dying here. I know, you're absolutely right, but...
You are the Takumi I know. The same kind-hearted Takumi Samino, with the most disheveled and generic mug, who always puts his friends above himself.
Lucas put her trust into me. I won't abandon her now. I cleared my mind with a battle cry and charged into the fray. Once I reached Hiruko and Darumi, we launched into a painfully one-sided battle against the enemy commander. Oh, hey Takumi, you came to save us, huh? Thanks, brah. I hate to disappoint you after you came all this way, but we are totally headed for a game over here. Mrs. Hiruko is already out of action, and I'm basically about to keel over too. Yo-ho-ho-ho, looks like we bought ourselves a one-way ticket to hell. Why don't we just accept it and all die together? If you've got energy to talk, you can still fight. Take out the weaker enemies first. You got it, boss. Was ist all allies annihilated?
I wonder how many looks a little dangerous.
Ich krieg halt nicht mal hier das eine Ding da gekillt.
My turn.
It's as bad as I thought, huh? You're coming with me! Retreat!
Ready when you are. That's it. All right, my turn. Let's do this.
5 Damage macht das. Ich sollte auf jeden Fall erstmal Tactics machen.
Ready when you are. This should do it. Let's go. Good to go.
Kann ich countern?
Ready when you are.
Well, that was easy. Anyone else get the feeling this commander's just playing with us? He's not even attacking, he's just standing there, all menacing like. I guess he knows he doesn't need to get involved directly. We're already outnumbered and outclassed. It's only a matter of time until they overwhelm us. Damn it. You really are too dumb to live sometimes. You really think you could take on a commander with just 2 of you? Yugamu, what are you doing here? I told you to run. And just making the most logical choice I can. We can't afford to lose you, Takumi. We'll have no choice of winning, no chance of winning the war if you do. That means our only choice is to do something about this guy so we can all get away. It wasn't much of a plan, but at least we had hope now. With 3 of us, we might just be able to pull it off. Let's do this, guys. Give it everything you've got and take him down. Drives the boss back.
Let's go. Damn it! My turn!
Oh, what the fuck? Wat een reduce maar die wave.
Let's go. My turn. Take this.
Are you winning, son? Yeah, I'm trying.
Say when. I've got this.
Oops.
Time to use it. My turn. That's it. Say when. Ha! I've got this.
Oh, hat gereicht, okay. It's no use, he's too strong. He really is just playing with us. An extra fighter or two is not going to make any difference. For the love of murder. If he's gonna kill us anyway, he could at least go all out too. Half-assing, it makes the whole thing feel cheap. This is why I hate fighting invaders. Don't give up, there has to be something we can do. Nah dude, we're done. Let's charge in one last time and get blown to smithereens. I always wanted to go out like a bunch of dirty fireworks. We're all out of options. Are we really gonna die here? Just when it seems like all hope was lost.
Take my cryptoglobin.
I heard Hiruko's voice faint and weak, but still determined on my comm channel. Hiruko, I thought you'd passed out. Never mind that, just absorb my crypto goblin. It's the only way. Absorb your crypto goblin? What are you talking about? Am I not being clear enough? I want you to kill me. If I'm gonna die anyway, you may as well take my power and save yourselves. But you're my friend, I could never kill you. I may die, but you'll still have hope. You still have the spare suit. Use it to figure out the sponsor secret and defeat them. Kill me so you can survive. You can't be serious. There's no way I can do this. I'm not asking, I'm telling. I do it now. Take my power and survive. Tarumi. For a moment, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Tarumi had thrust a knife right into Hiruko's back.
Mistress Hiruko! Mistress Hiruko! Your power flowing into me! I can feel you inside me!
Ayo. I tried to stop her, but it was too late. As Tarumi absorbed more and more of her blood, Hiruko's body began to shrivel and dry up. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I've never felt this kind of energy before. I'm in the zone now. I feel like I could fly, like I could do anything. Yahoo! Tarumi threw back her head and let out a crazed cry of elation, totally at odds with what had just happened. Don't you realize what you've done, Tarumi? You just killed Hiruko. Save the recriminations for later, Takumi. Now that it's reached this point, we have to see it through. But Hiruko is... Tarumi's overflowing with power right now. She might actually be able to beat that commander. Yeah, Yugamo was right. Tarumi was stronger than ever. She rushed around the battlefield like a berserker, swinging her weapons in every direction, even charging at the commander without the slightest trace of fear. No one can stop me now. By the time we were able to take stock of our surroundings, we realized the commander was no longer there. Did he just leave? Yeah, seems that way. Had he really won? Somehow it didn't feel real. Relax, he's gone. I don't sense any trace of his presence anymore. Also, This thing Hiruko gave her life to get us is still here, and it's still intact. Yugamu held up the suitcase Hiruko had brought from the school. To this, huh? Although, it most likely had a spare of the sponsor suit inside it. We've done what we set out to do. Make no mistake, this is a win for us. It's just... we had to pay a pretty big price for it. Yugamu's gaze wandered to Hiruko's body. It was bad enough that she sustained fatal damage without trying to bail Darumi out, but then her crypto goblin was absorbed by the very person whose life she'd saved. As for Darumi herself, she was just staring blankly up at the sky. I could only imagine how she felt, having just killed someone who'd been like her sister to her. But before I could say anything... Darumi! Her eyes rolled back in her head and she fell to the ground. Looked like she finally ran out of steam. You'll have to carry her for now, Takumi. I'll dig a grave for Hiruko. Here's as good a resting place as... Here's as good a resting place for her as any. Yugamu began digging with an old piece of wood, and when the hole was big enough, gently lowered Hiruko's body into the ground.
Hiruko, I'm sorry I couldn't save you.
But I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. I'll use the suit you've worked so hard to get us to figure out the sponsor's weakness, and then...
I'll defeat them and end this game. I promise.
Aua. We returned to the school, determined to carry out what Hiruko had started. Unfortunately, I have no idea where to even start with tech this weird. Yugamu and I had gone back to my room to look at the suit, but looking at it was about all we could do. Neither of us knew anything about electronics or wearable technology or whatever it was that made the suit tick. Analyzing how it worked and how to get past its defenses was going to be hard, if not impossible. Well, it's a protective suit made of some kind of specialized material, that's all I can say. Yeah, I can't figure anything else out either. How can something this flimsy block our attack so completely? We'd worked so hard to get it. This feels like such a waste.
Hey!
Darn it, if only we had someone with actual engineering knowledge on our side. As if in answer to my whatever. Someone's here at this hour. You don't think it's a sponsor, do you? It's not totally out of the question. They might realize we got our hands on a suit just like theirs. Ping pong. The bell rang again. Pretending I wasn't here would only put off the inevitable. The sponsor was relentless. If I was going to die anyway, I might as well put up a fight, here and now. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Tsubasa. I definitely hadn't expected to see her standing on the other side. Since this game began, everyone except Yugamu and Hiruko had been keeping their distance from me. Tsubasa's eyes were downcast. She looked like she might start to cry at any moment. Hey, what's wrong? Howdy, Tsubasa. You're looking pretty grief-ridden this evening. Is something bothering you? We'd be glad to listen if you want to talk about it. I have a feeling we are not the kind of people you really want to confide in, though. Yugamu's laid-back attitude did nothing to put Tsubasa at ease. Eventually, she did speak up on her own.
I'm sorry, Takumi. I'm so sorry.
And all of a sudden, she burst into tears. Calm down, Tsubasa. What's this all about? What are you apologizing for? Is it because you didn't let me join your team? You don't have to worry about that. I'm doing fine. No, that's not it. I was there, Takumi. When Hiruko was fighting that commander, I was watching the whole time. Tsubasa was there too? I wanted to help. If I'd activated my Hemo Enema, I could have used my card to get Hiruko and Darumi out of there and bring them back to the school. But I was so scared, I couldn't move. And while I was wondering what I should do, Hiruko got wounded and then she... I'm sorry, Hiruko. I'm sorry, Takumi. I just stood there and let her die. I know apologizing won't fix this, but... I had no idea what to say. I knew all too well how much it hurt not being able to save someone. That's why I knew nothing I could say would take away the pain. But before I could even try. You're right, Tsubasa. A simple apology isn't going to cut it. Yugamu got there first, speaking in a harsh tone I hadn't heard him use before. You didn't save Hiruko when you had the chance. That also put our lives in danger. That's not the kind of crime you can just wipe clean. Letting someone die is basically the same as killing them. And you had the gall to give Takumi the cold shoulder. At least he still has a shred of human decency in him. That's more than I can say for you. Yugamu, I know you're mad, but that's going too far. Tsubasa's already feels terrible. She doesn't need you making it worse. No, it's fine, Takumi. He's right. I'm always like this. Whenever there's any kind of conflict, I just go with the crowd. When Gaku died, I suspected you because that's what everyone else was doing. It was the same when we decided to form teams. Everyone said to stay away from you, so that's what I did too. I never stand up and make important decisions for myself, and now Hiruko is dead because of me. Darumi's probably heartbroken too. I could have stopped all that from happening. Wow, she really did see everything. She probably is still in shock. I'm a terrible person, aren't I? Treating my friends' lives with so little respect. It's so disgusting, it makes me want to puke. Tsubasa didn't stop at dry heaving. She vomited all over the floor, tears still streaming down her face. You're amazing, Takumi. You jumped right in to fight that commander and tried to save Hiroko. I can't believe I've been so awful to you all this time. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Takumi, for everything. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't ready to completely forgive Tsubasa and call it all water under the bridge. But I wasn't going to hold anything against her, not when she was already suffering this much. Just the thought that I was still capable of some kind of compassion was a comfort in itself. You can cry all you want, it's not going to erase what you did. The world wouldn't need the police if atonement was that easy. What's with you today, Yugamu? Tsubasa's made some mistakes, but you don't need to be so hard on her. Tsubasa, if you really want to make up for letting Hiroko die, there's just one way.
Directly or not, you caused a death. Now you have a duty to save lives instead.
Save lives? But how do I... Just a suggestion. But how about you join up with me and Takumi? We're working on something that could save everyone. And we just so happen to need somebody with your particular skill set. It's kind of like carrying on Hiroko's legacy too. This is what she gave her life for. Of course, it'll mean putting yourself in a lot of danger, but what do you say? Will you help us? Tsubasa didn't say anything for a while. She just stood there, staring at her feet. Then she nodded, as if she'd come to an important decision. Okay, I don't know what you guys are up to, but if I can save everyone, I'm in. So, what do you want me to do? When Tsubasa said that, Yugamu turned to me and winked. Now it makes sense. He made her feel worse, so she'd feel like she had no choice but to join us to atone. I can't say I like that he manipulated her feelings like that, but we do need all the help we can get. Here's how it is, Tsubasa. I told Tsubasa all about our secret plans, how we'd formed an alliance to take down the sponsor and end this game. And how, thanks to Hiroko, we now had a spare of a kind of suit to the sponsor hope war. A spare suit? Whoa, awesome, it's a real thing. I see, Hiroko risked everything to get us this. Yeah, but this stuff isn't really our area. We've got no idea what we're supposed to do with it to learn anything useful. What do you think, Tsubasa? Do we need some kind of special machinery to analyze this thing or what? Maybe we should take it to a metal shop. We don't want anyone to find out we've done this though. Someone who can investigate without being seen, huh? I might be able to help with that. You see, there's a secret lab. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who knows about it. When you guys see it, it'll knock your socks off. It's that crazy. You'll understand once we get there. Come on, I'll take you there now. Follow me. We gathered up the suit and left the room, letting Tsubasa lead the way to the secret lab she'd found. Finally, we arrived at the race stage area in the gym. This is your secret lab? I guess people don't come here all that often. Back up, guys. You're gonna fall. Go stand by the edge for a sec. Fall? Fall where? Tsubasa shooed us to the edge of the stage, then knelt down and began pulling on a broken floorboard. Hurrah! All at once, the board came loose and then... a hole. Peeling back that one board had someone made a huge hole appear on the stage. I happened to find the map of this room when I was fixing the corpse recovery drone program using the war room computer. Sorry to have kept it a secret all this time. I always wanted a place like this I could have all to myself. No, you made the right call. Now we have somewhere we can talk without worrying about being overheard. I'm gonna warn you, try not to be too shocked by what you see in there. Even if you are, try not to scream. It's like an echo chamber down there. Shocked? Scream? What in the world is in this lab? I don't know if I can explain it all that well. It will be easier to just show you. There's a ladder leading down. Come on, before anyone sees us. Oh, sure. We followed Tsubasa down the ladder and into the secret basement room. Sure enough, what greeted us at the bottom was something I'd never have imagined. I had to hold myself back from letting out a wordless cry of surprise. Inside the lab was a large machine that looked like some kind of spaceship. This is the escape pod. I'd seen it before, of course, at the end of my first 100 days here, but I never expected to see it here, like this. Yeah, I was shocked when I first saw it too. I knew it must be the pod you told us about. This place is probably designed to store it safely until it's needed. Is there any chance you can get it working now? I thought of that, but it's no good. It's locked up tight and there's no way to get in. We could probably force it open, but we can't exactly go into space with the damaged door. Must have security measures to stop anyone using it before day 100. That's the only time we're allowed to leave the school. Well, we can think about that about the pod later. Let's concentrate on the suit for now. Do you need any machinery from the metal shop? We can go get it for you. No, I should be fine. There's plenty of gear in here for me to get started. I looked around the lab. It was full of miscellaneous machines and equipment. Probably stuff Tsubasa had brought in already. There's also a lot of weapons for some reason. I figured I'd make those and keep them here for emergencies, just in case we ever need to hole up in here. I snuck some food supplies in too. Help yourself if you get hungry. It's a real stronghold down here. It'll make a perfect HQ for the anti-sponsor alliance. So how are you gonna investigate the suit's capabilities? You got any experiments in mind? You basically want to know how to break through the suit's defenses, right? The fastest way to figure that out is to try out a bunch of stress tests and see how it holds up. By testing its resistance to stretching, pressure, elastic and plastic deformation, we can start getting a better idea of its fracture toughness. Deformation, fracture. Some of those terms are lost on me, but at least one of us knew what they were doing. Okay, well, let's get started. Figuring out the suit's weakness is only the first step. Once we've done that, we're taking the sponsor down. We spent the rest of the night testing and analyzing the suit any way we could. The next morning. Ich glaube aber, das war's für heute. Dann machen wir hier morgen weiter. Gibt's hier was? Dann war's für heute. Tschüss. Tschüss.